So before I start with our today's topics, which are static, regarding static keyword, inheritance and polymorphism, I just want to find out, I just need a feedback on yesterday's assignment. Have you started it? I mean, the one which was regarding the point array, testing point array. So has anyone completed? Okay, great, great. So whatever are the doubts, I'll just take one case. Yeah, somebody is saying no, no. Selection is saying, for example, how many of you have not yet partially you have done it? Fine, fine. So what I'll do is just to give the quick help, I'll just confirm whether you are doing it on a right track correctly. And yeah, that is fine. Whatever is done partly, you can complete it today, except the boundary condition checking. Fine. So I'll just talk about first one and then we will continue with the rest of it. So let me just open that. So I hope everyone has at least must have gone through it. So here is the first one. Then you will have an idea about which boundary condition, which null conditions I'm checking, I'm talking about, and then you can do it. So I'll just take this and just confirm whether you have done it in a correct manner. So this is what it is. So yesterday I had discussed, I was with one of the batch. So we had discussed this. When you say create suitable data structure to store point 2D type of references, everyone knows what we are talking about, array of references. And here the type which I had shown you yesterday whole day was box, that you have just replaced it by point 2D. So I'm not writing everything. I'm imagining that you have already defined scanner. You have some Boolean exit condition. But before that, we are taking the input from the user after asking him how many points she wants to plot. Okay. So suppose the user says the input is, sc.nextInt, the input is 10. So can you tell me, after this line is executed, how many objects will be created? Oh, sorry, forget. Which is the class which will be loaded? Now I'm not drawing the memory picture. I'll just write it here. In the method area, there will be an array class which will get loaded. Everyone knows. So single dimensional array, L value for array of references, and then I don't remember. Yeah, com.geometry. I remember. Geometry. Yes, absolutely. Point 2D. Okay, so fully qualified class name. This is the information, which is the object which is created in the heap. This is your array object, a holder. So everyone knows the first slot will be class pointer. Next slot will be length. For example, length equal to 10. And then there will be 0 to 9 indices filled with which value? Null value. Everyone can visualize this completely. So this is the array object which is created. And what is the story on the stack? On the stack, you have a method local variable. So suppose I say points, then you have a points referring to array object which is created on the heap. So this is all. This is the only thing we have done so far. Now, then I had given you some menu driven options. So everyone knows the structure, the outer. Okay, so here this is before we enter. So imagine you have created something like you can use any flag. So suppose I say we are not yet exiting, so Boolean exit equal to false. What will be the inside one? While not exit, and then you write the entire switch case inside. So then you ask user, I'm not writing all those things. You show him your option that these are the menu items or these are the options, and then you switch case on it. Okay. So I'm not writing all this. I'm writing just one case. So for example, case one was plot a point. Okay. So this is what we are solving, plotting a new point. And as you know, what are the inputs you're going to give to user is, you're going to take from user is the index position X and Y. So let me ask you, some of you were confused yesterday. Are we plotting here single point or multiple point, S or M. Because the assignment stated it clearly, but if there is a confusion, I should solve only a single point. So will you have something like a for loop, plotting or filling the entire array, or no for loop? In this case, answer is no for loop. Are you all understanding? So now, but user being a user can give any values. So you have to do some boundary condition checking. So here you can do in a systematic manner, int index, create a variable, local variable to switch, and here you read it off. I'm sure you would have done this. And what is the boundary? What is the valid range of indices? Anyone wants to answer? You can directly access this. Yeah. But what to what? Yeah, 0 to 9 is now. But don't let us not hardcode it. 0 to length minus 1. So if index is less than 0 or index is, or okay, I'll say the correct condition. Okay, index is greater or equal to 0 and that index is less than. What is that length? Points dot length. This is all the boundary condition I was talking about. Points dot length. Then in that case only, it is a valid one. So you can ask a user to plot a point. Otherwise, like I was saying, we have not yet done exception handling. Let us reach exception handling in 2 days. And then I will ask you to throw the custom exception. We will create our own runtime error and throw it in the code. So the code will, so the control can be managed properly. So since I don't have anything, this is where you will be giving a proper error message. When I'm in the first 2-3 days, this is what, third day or fourth day, whatever in Java, till the last day, your error messaging has to be correct. User has to know what went wrong. So you can see here, invalid index, or you can say index out of range, something suitable. Now here you are going to ask user that, okay, you have asked the user already. Let's say everything is taken. Now next line has to come from you. Yes, tell me please. What is exactly? Array index out of bounds is the exception name, but yeah, you can, I accept that. So now, this one, Balraj, yes, I had discussed this yesterday in one of the labs. What I had given as an extra task to yesterday's batch was, imagine that, see, user is plotting the points. So if there is an additional rule that the point should not be replaced or point should not be overwritten. So in that case, what you have to check is, this was extra. I had not given it in the assignment. Don't worry about that. So if you want to add that also as a condition, that is what Balraj has given me. So here, what is the next thing? You can also check here if the points of, if that position is empty or non-empty. How will you know it is empty? Empty means filled with null. So if I give you that, if you want to do that, you will say, no, I want to give the user flexibility to override the point, then this much is sufficient. But if you say, no, I want that also, so what will you do? Everyone know. You can visualize. So points of, now your index is validated. So there is no fear of getting array index out of bounds. Points of index is equal to null or is not equal to null. If it is equal to null. Everyone is understanding what I'm saying? If it is, no, correct condition. Okay, people are not so clear. If it is null, what does it mean? Point is already plotted or point is not yet plotted? Yes, Ronak. Point is not yet plotted, right? So this is what it is. So this is your full boundary condition. Let me say it slowly and clearly. I had not asked you this. I just thought of it while discussing it with one of the batches. So don't feel bad that, oh, I have not added it. Of course, you wouldn't have added because I had not asked for it. But if you want to do that, so here, what is it we are checking? We are validating index and checking if the point is already plotted at that point, at that index. Okay, so this is full. If it is not required, don't add it. And then somebody had already answered. So what is it I have to do now? There is no counter, there's nothing required. Points of, user has already given us index and we have already validated. And on the right hand side, you create an object. So that's it. New point 2D with sc.nextend, scanner.nextend, whatever your variable, x and y. So this was one of the cases. Are we 100% clear? Is there? Yes. If null, not yet plotted. Absolutely. Everyone can visualize the code. Next thing, I'll just take one more. And of course, there will be a break and all that. So otherwise, the case will fall through. I'll just take one more because I had said null checking. So this was not intended, but this was just add-on. Now, in case 2, what I had asked you was plot all the points. Okay. So whatever, but I don't know at which position it is plotted or not. So, and I had asked you explicitly, you can use anything you can do with a for, but I had explicitly asked you, I think so, or I don't know really. I don't remember exactly. So for each. So if you have not done it, you can dictate now. So let me start. When I say for each, this is a revision of yesterday's things, and we can go ahead then. For each, start the next one. What is the data type of the array element? Reference of point 2D. So point 2D, P in points, my array name is points. So start. What will be the implicit assignment for the first iteration of the loop? Everyone knows that. P is equal to points of 0. So tell me, what is it going to contain? Null. I already got the code from Ronak. Very good. So here, tell me, is it going to contain null or not null? We don't know at the time of writing, we absolutely don't know. So this is where null checking is required. Are you understanding? See, user may have plotted a point at the 0th index, or user may not have plotted the point. So how can you leave it to, fate kind of a thing? So you have to you have to do the null checking. This is what was that note about. So if P is not equal to null, okay? So if P is not equal to null, that means what? Point is plotted or point is not plotted? The answer. Of course, the point is plotted. So then you remember you have got a method, which is that method I had asked you to give some method. Wait a second, get details or something. What is that method name? You're giving me the name of the method? Get details. Okay, thanks. So here you were asked to write a method. So here you say sysout or SOP P dot get details. Okay, and that's it. You can give a header here, of course, and break here. You can give a header here, all plotted points, and run through this. So how long this loop will run? For the length, the entire array length. So what will be the last iteration? P is equal to points dot length minus 1. Is everyone 100% clear with at least these two cases? No ambiguity, no confusion. Great. Okay, so this is what I meant by boundary condition checking and validations and all that. Little bit, that too very, very little, very basic. Now I'm asking you a related, but some interesting question. These are the trick questions people can ask you anytime. Is there a question yet? Case 1 statement, Kunal. Okay, see here. What was the requirement? User is going to, what are the inputs? You first check what is it you take from the user and what is it we want to do. So the inputs taken from the user are the index position where the point has to be plotted and x and y coordinates of a point. You got me? So user will give you, so here, go step by step. What is it I'm doing here? I'm reading the index from the scanner's buffer. But user might give me 100 when I have just got 10 slots. Or by mistake, user may say -10. So if I don't do this checking, what is it I'll get? I'll definitely get array index out of bounds. So I have to do the validations. So I'm checking if index is either greater than or equal to 0. Forget that. What is the range of indices we have? 0 to length -1. So that is what I'm checking. So if the index is greater or equal to 0 and add, So if this fails, none of the checks are done. And if it is less than points dot length, okay, so I'm just checking the boundaries, and this is the additional one I gave you. So what was the additional rule? I said if the point is already plotted at that index, don't allow the user to plot the point. So if the point is not plotted means what? That array index position is all empty. Empty means what? Null. So I did all the checks. And now solve the right hand side. What is it we are doing? We are creating a point2D object preceded by this thing. Point2D class getting loaded in the method area, and new operator returns the reference which we are storing at a specified index position. And here in the else case, we are just saying that invalid index, but I don't know what it is, or point already plotted, because it could be, one of this. Are you clear? If not, ask me again specifically. Is the entire logic clear? Great. Now, so this is what is, about it. So now I'm making a change. Please keep your Java docs open, by the way. So here, instead of doing this, if I simply say SOPP, I'm making the changes. This is the working code, we discussed it. So if I say SOPP, and if I don't observe this check, okay, and the array position is something like here, okay. So this is your array symbol. So here for the first index, first means 0th index, nobody has plotted a point. Then some point is plotted, then some other point is plotted, null, and then maybe P3, and then all the nulls, okay. So this is the array position. So if you don't do, yeah, so I'm getting the answer as I will get at the 0th, that is the first iteration itself, null pointer exception for system.out.println p. See, I'm not saying look at my code. Am I saying SOP p.get details? Absolutely not. I'm just SOPing p. So here, just open the Java docs. That is why I asked you. 100% you will not get it, but maybe something you will get it. So let's see. Open your Java docs, please. I would like to show you once and for all, but better understanding by the end of the day when you have learned about some more things. So what is it you are going to look at? System.out.println. So start stressing from system, my spelling mistake, .out. Okay, directly search for system.out. Now look at this. So when you say system.out, out is the static. What is final? You will learn today. So static data member, standard output stream, of course, which is already open. So I'm not interested in that. What is the data type of out? Click on that, print stream. Everyone got here. So in print stream now, please mute yourself. Print stream has overloaded println methods. So Control F, search println, opening bracket, and you will see println, it has been overloaded for various, various arguments. So are we passing any of the primitive types? No, we are passing a null value. So why it fits here? Because object is the ultimate universal superclass. You can assign any reference type to null. Okay, so it can pick up this version and see this. So it says println object x, etc. This is slightly involved in the sense I've not yet talked about all the overriding part and all that. But I hope you reached here. So now you see, they tell you everything. This is little bit extra, so just bear with me. If you don't understand, again, I'll repeat it tomorrow morning. So this method internally first calls string.value of x. So now you have to go here and look for string.value of. If you cannot traverse, you can be with me. I can show you. So here you have so many string.value of methods. Just let us pick up one of them. And here you will find again it has the object type of a method. This is little ahead of time. I'll just look for it because I saw the other overloaded methods, but not that. So just look for in the string class value of. Okay. Yeah. And here they have given you the description. So read this and tell me what will happen for the 0th slot of array if the null value is sitting there. So you don't have to read the whole thing. Be smart and read only the required ones. If the argument is null, then a string equal to null is printed. Otherwise, it will call something called as objects to string. So tell me again, what will happen? If you get in between null values, is it going to throw you a null pointer exception, or are you going to see the ugly looking null printed? Answer is you are going to see that ugly looking null printed. Are you getting this? But see, this is just like I said. By the way, I was discussing it with yesterday's lab. No hash code. Hash code will be printed, Pratik, if the value is not null. Okay. So this was little bit off track. So I don't want you to waste too much time. Give me time. Let us talk about inheritance. What was that? Polymorphism, method overriding, and then we will definitely come to this. But as a curiosity, you can always, as a curious programmer, you can always try that. And 100% guarantee you won't get null pointer. So for the first iteration, it will print null. Pratik, for the second and third iteration, it will print the hash code. Null again, hash code and a null, that kind. Okay. So just keep it somewhere at the background. We will definitely come back to it. So this was more than sufficient time spent on yesterday's assignment. I hope people will finish it with the, we have the 3 hours lab. So you can spend maybe first half an hour or whatever with the help of lab faculty, and we'll help you in completing wherever you are stuck or wherever you need help. Okay. So let us get started now. Let's start with, I'm telling you, today's and tomorrow's days is very important. All initial days are important because those are the core topics, foundations. So let me start with the static keyword first and then continue with the object-oriented features such as array inheritance and polymorphism. So let me open. Oh, I had given it yesterday itself. I was hoping that I will take it. Yes, I mean, I'll complete it yesterday. So you'll find it in day 3 data, day 3 help. So before you start reading, I'll just make it clear. Static is, you have used static keyword, but I had not discussed it fully. So it is our job to discuss, my job to discuss. Static is a keyword in Java and it appears in 5 different places. So I'm going to start you only on 2 out of 5. Over time, I'll explain the others. So read this and then I'll discuss. Okay, let me start discussing. First, I'm telling you, you already know, the static keyword can appear with a data member. So what are the static data members also called? They're also called as class variables. Okay. So when you say static data members or class variables, how many times memory is allocated? Answers are already there. For static data members, memory allocation happens exactly once. Okay. When? At the class loading time. So whenever we always show that class is loaded first and then its instance can be created, right? Class is being a blueprint and all that. So whenever not you, JVM's class loader is loading the class in the method area, at that point, exactly once, memory will be allocated for all static data members, but not on the object heap because this is a class loading time, but in a special memory area, which you know, method area called as metaspace. So be very clear. Method local variables on the stack. Instance variables, which are non-static data members on the heap along with the object, that class pointer and all that, and static data members, memory allocated in a method area exactly once at the class loading time. Now, let me ask you a question. Because, you know, when you think practical, it is easier. Suppose we create a class student and student has a roll number, student has a name, student has marks, etc. So listen to this carefully. This ID, roll number, name, marks, address, gender, what will you mark? Will you mark it as static data members or non-static? S or NS? Everyone knows non-static. You're absolutely right. Why you went for non-static? A very simple question you have to ask. Do you think all the students will have the same roll number, same name, same, yeah, exactly, or same whatever? Of course not. Each one will have its own distinct copy. That is what is your instance variable. And everyone knows you can visualize the student objects in the heap. And within the student object, there will be the memory allocation done for non-static data members. All clear? But now the next question. If I want to maintain the number of admissions, you know, the intake or whatever, strength, a particular class strength. So I want to maintain the total number of students. Right, exactly, Rohit. So if I want to maintain that, will you create it as a static or non-static? Of course, static. Why? Because you just ask yourself a small question. How many copies you want? So is it one single copy to be shared across all the students? Or do you want one copy per student? What is the answer? A single copy shared across all the students is sufficient. That is how you decide whether to make a particular data member as static or non-static. Okay, so just ask one copy in totality per class or one copy per object. If the answer is one copy per object, go for instance variable non-static. If it is one single copy shared across all the objects of the same class, mark it as mark it as static. Okay, next thing. So I hope people are clear. If you declare a static data member in a class, you can't declare it in the method. Yeah, one copy per class is right. So here, when you talk about static member, like your non-static data members, like your instance variables, these are also initialized to their default values. So by now, everyone knows the default values. If it is a double, 0.0, character 0, boolean false, reference null, etc. And whenever you want to refer to this static data member, how do you refer it? You know the syntax. The name of the class name dot member name. So for example, here, suppose you have got a class, public class student. Okay. Now I have a question for you. Small question. So what I want to do is here, I want to maintain the student's roll number. Okay. So you have already told me roll number should be what? Static or non-static? Non-static. So when you say non-static, there's no non-static keyword. You just don't write anything. So I will say private int roll number. Okay. And now the roll number should not be taken from user. It should be auto incremented. That is the reason I'm maintaining the ID counter, ID generator. There are other data members. I don't want to write it. Name, address, gender, marks, educational qualifications. Earlier, I mean, all those can come. Okay, so this is it. So I hope you understood why I made one single copy of ID counter, because the same copy will be shared across multiple students. But people misunderstand me and they think they make this also static. This cannot be static. So just to complete the discussion, this has nothing to do with static. This is just to check whether you are there. So in the student class constructor, will I be accepting roll number as the argument? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Will I accept the roll number from the user or will I generate it automatically? Answer is you will not accept the roll number. Just now I told you. Here. So what is it I told you that? We have an ID counter. So the next question. So I'll not talk about this. If I say ID counter, will it be initialized to the default value or will it be uninitialized? U for uninitialized, I for initialized. Of course, initialized. And what is the default value it will get? 0. Everyone gets it now. So will I accept your roll number? Answer is no, but I have to accept a name of the student, the address, etc. I'm not writing. So I'll just write something. So what will be the code? I hope you are understanding because I'm not writing fully. So you'll have this dot name equal to name, this dot address equal to address, marks, grades, whatever. But here, if I don't initialize the roll number, all my students will have the roll number of 0. Whether it is a non-static data member or static, they are initialized to default value. So let me ask you, you know the answer, of course. So if I say this dot roll number, what would be the RHS? Exactly. You understood that? So here you just use the pre-increment because I started with ID counter 0. If you initialize it to 1, you can use a post increment. Plus plus is a perfect thing, ID counter. And you will be generating the roll numbers using static number generator. Are we understanding the usage of this? So how many copies of, last question, roll number will be created? 1 per student. How many copies of ID counter will be created? Exactly 1 copy per entire student class. So that is all about static data members. Okay, next one. But this is not the only place where a static keyword can come. I told you there are 5 different places. So you can have static keyword also with a method. So read this much, and we'll talk. You might have read it. I have a separate question before we go ahead. What are the, see the way professionals people ask you in interviews, what are the different triggers for class loading in Java? I'll repeat my question. Let's see if anyone can answer. Understand it at least. I said, what are the different triggers for the JVM to do the class loading in Java? Okay, perfect. So one is object creation. Before, we don't say initializing, Rohit, object creation, right? So when you say new, whenever before creating the first object of a first instance of any class, a class has to be loaded. Everyone understands it? So that is a perfect first trigger. Can anyone think of any other trigger? There are multiple, but those will come in reflection programming and all that. Static. So Pratiksha and so many people are saying static. What do you mean by static? No. Don't go to static initializer because we are not yet there. Okay. So static initializer is a different thing altogether. Anytime, listen to this. What is the other trigger for class loading? Listen to this. If you try to access any static member, when I say static member, I mean both static data member as well as static method. Anytime you are trying to access either a static data member or static method, first, all this information is stored where? In the class bytecode file. So that is the second trigger. So first the class will get loaded. and then only you can access the static members from this class. So I've given you so far two. One is instance creation and one is accessing the static API, accessing the static members. When we progress, I'll give you more. I hope everyone is clear. Now continue. So what is a static method? Static method is the method where you don't need to create the instance. So how are you going to call static methods? The method, the way is name of the class dot method name. Classic example is main. Who is invoking the main method? JVM's main thread. You know, there are two threads of JVM, main and a garbage collector. Which thread will call the main method? Main thread. Yeah, something like this. Yes, absolutely. So it is a main thread. So how will, suppose I have written a class called as tester. Tester has a public static void main. So for calling the main method, will JVM have to create the object? Absolutely not. How will it call the main method? Tester.main. Okay, so that is it. Next slide. The moment you say a static method, is it associated with any object or is it just associated with the class? C or O? It is just associated with the class, and you know one keyword already. What is this keyword? Current or invoker object reference. But when you are calling main, there's no object reference, there's no object associated. So how can you call this? You see, if the theoretical statements are becoming heavy, which can happen. This I had just written yesterday. Just try this. You can say SOP, because with ID things are so easy to test. Okay, so you can see it's a static method and see the error of the compiler. Cannot use this in a static context. Context means environment. So you can't use this keyword naturally in a static environment because there is no object associated with it. Are we clear? So this cannot be accessed from the static method naturally. And almost immediately, I'm going to start with inheritance. So like how this represents current object reference, what does super indicate? Super class object reference, super type reference, right? So neither this nor super can be accessed from the static method simply because, go to this one, simply because it is not associated with any object. Okay, so these are the rules. Rules means these are the understandings you should have. Now, when I say rules, please don't try memorizing. There's nothing like remembering. If you understand it, hardly anything to be remembered. Next one. So, can static method access other static members directly? Of course, the answer is yes. Because both are loaded, both are accessible at the class loading time. So just remember two statements from this whole discussion. Static members come into picture at the class loading time. And when the classes are unloaded, when the JVM terminates, classes are unloaded. So then they are gone. And the instance members come into the picture, come into the picture after object creation. And you will be doing fine. Okay. So you cannot access, sorry. One static can access another static. Confirm immediately. So this is, of course, not possible. Can I declare, this is just a class. Can I declare a static member? I can declare a static member. I can declare anything. Public static, let's say int counter. This is not a way to initialize the static data member. There is something called, as somebody was saying, static initializer block. So I'll come to that and we'll talk about it. But that's not the point. The point is, can I access it sitting in the static method? Of course, yes. You got it? So this is what, to keep it light and simple. If you write another method, right? So I'll just say static void test. I don't want to write the code. I just want to show you possible or not possible, legal or not legal. So here, can I call this test method directly without object creation? Of course, yes. A static context can access another static context clearly. Next one. But if I write another method, test me. Will I be able to call it directly? Everyone knows. See, when you start reading it as a rule, you feel complex. You feel the complexity unnecessarily. But when you test it, it is such a easy one. So if I need to call this, what is it we'll have to do? We will first have to create the object of, you know that, or ref or something equal to new test point array, and then only you will be able to access it. Are you getting this? So can static directly invoke static? Yes. Can direct access static? Yes. But can static method, static context you can say, can it directly access the non-static? Absolutely not. Okay, another one here. Okay, just let me maximize it. Can I call from non-static? This is non-static. Can I invoke test method from test me? It's a Boolean question. Yes or no? Answer is yes. And are you trying to memorize? Please don't memorize. The non-static comes into picture after object creation. Much before that, class has been loaded. So that is why you can definitely try this. But vice versa, it is not possible. And you know the reason. I have already shown you the reason. So these are the only observations. I've just put it in a summary manner. So now you'll understand it clearly. So can static methods access other static members without instantiation? Yes. Can static method access the non-static members you saw just now without instantiation? Of course, the answer is no. First, you'll have to create the object, instance creation, and using the object reference, you can do that. And you have also seen this. Non-static methods become available after object creation because you're going to call it on the object reference dot method. So can they directly access static members? 100% yes. And one more combination I forgot to show you. So here, it's just a yes or no question. Can I access from this test a counter? You tell me. It's a yes or no. So can static members access this? You know the answer already. That is not what I wanted to ask you. What I wanted to ask you is, can a non-static method also access it? 100% yes. Static happens first and then becomes the object creation. So just keep track of this and you'll be good. So this was about just two places where static keyword is being used. So are we clear about static data members? I mean static keyword with a data member and static methods. Next we will talk about, later we'll talk about, but these are not the only places where it comes. So I will show you a very cool, convenient trick, static import. When I say static import, actually we use import static. That reduces a lot of typing. Then I'll show you the great way to initialize static members called as static initializer block. Again, a static keyword comes here. And after 2 days, when I take you to nested classes in Java, you will see that outer class is never static. You can't add a static keyword to the outer class, but a class within a class is a nested class. So Java supports both statically nested classes as well as non-static nested class. But these 3 usages later. So today, please focus on, in yesterday's help itself, you will find this readme. Today, please focus on minimal things as static data members and static methods. Okay. This I just wanted to cover before we enter inheritance, because rest of the time we will be in today inheritance and later polymorphism. So go through that, and whenever you are in doubt, write a 2-liner code and confirm your understanding. Okay. So let's see if there is any new question. Yeah, with the code. Exactly, Rishikesh, my point. Because, otherwise, if you just read the README, it sounds unnecessarily heavy or complex. When you just use it in the code, things become so natural, so easy to understand. So please balance between reading and trying out things. Okay, so let's go ahead. Assignment help is already done. Okay. So now, sorry. So we are entering now officially, formally into inheritance. I had requested you to read some of it, but like I said, we will just, that will be our starting point. So let me open. Now I've just added some polymorphism related things also. Anyway, you don't have to worry. So we had already read this much yesterday. So read it on your own and we will continue. Just to connect again. Okay, so why inheritance? Why we are learning inheritance? To avoid the duplication and reduce the redundancy. In other words, to enhance or to increase the reusability. And as you already know, the classes in the lower hierarchy can inherit the attributes as well as methods from the hierarchy. Of course, directly accessible will be only those which are visible. We'll talk about all this in detail. So everyone should know the terms. What is the class in the lower hierarchy called? In Java, it is called as subclass, but in C++, we call it as derived class or a child class or even an extended class. And the one in the upper hierarchy is called as a superclass. So it is superclass and subclass in Java, or you can also think of it as a base class or a parent class. Okay. Now, this is what is the key to understanding inheritance. So after learning inheritance, you can't apply inheritance everywhere. So first thumb rule is, see, in the exams and interviews and all, they give you business scenarios and they tell you that, okay, now design this. This is what is the requirement. Now design it properly. So you have to check whether you can fit it into inheritance hierarchy, whether you can apply inheritance. So inheritance is nothing but is a relationship between the objects. Okay. What do I mean by that? So here, if you can find out the common features. What do I mean by common features? Common variables and common behavior. Then only you can pluck them out, pull them out, and put it in a common class, which is a common superclass. And the subclasses, the specialized or specific classes can inherit from the behavior. Can inherit from the upper level classes. So they don't have to redefine the same members, same data members, or they don't have to redefine the same functionality. Okay, so this is where the reusability is maximum. Okay, so as you know, subclass inherits the member variables and the method from the superclasses. But when I say superclasses as in plural, it also inherits from parent and all of its higher level classes called as ancestors. It can use the methods in the inherited form as it is, or it can also override. Override means it can modify the functionality and provide your own version. Everything will be covered with examples, don't worry. And there is something called as hiding. So if you have a superclass data member and same member declared in a subclass, you are basically hiding the superclass's data member. Okay, so all of this will be covered with proper examples. So as I was giving you my summary statement, which summarizes inheritance and part of a polymorphism also. So since I'm using this polymorphism word, some of you could be not knowing it at all. So polymorphism, private members, Mukul, just give me time. So yesterday I had answered this question anyway. Just give me a minute. I'll talk to you. So here, when you say as a summary, subclass is a superclass because there's a is a relationship. But can subclass add additional data members? Of course, yes. Can it add additional behavior? Answer is yes. So that is what I mean by something more. And subclasses are going to inherit the behavior, public behavior, default behavior, protected behavior from the superclass. So can they, if your subclass is not happy with the inherited behavior, can they modify the behavior? Answer is yes. And that modification of the behavior is called as not method overloading, but it is called as method overriding. So I gave you an example yesterday. If you are inheriting a property from your ancestors, ancestral house maybe, okay, and you don't want to keep it the way it is, maybe, you want to change exterior, interior, whatever. So you are inheriting a piece of property and you want to modify. That is your modification of the behavior. And that is nothing but, later you'll see, runtime polymorphism. But I don't want to mix you up saying too many things. So one thing will be discussed at a time. Now let me take Mukul's question. So Hitendra, wait, one at a time. So Mukul question, private members. So private members, if you have a, we're going to talk example, but since he asked me, I should explain, I should answer. Private members, you tell me, Mukul, will they be accessible in the subclass? Anyone can tell me. Itendra, if your question goes off, you can type it again. You can keep it again. Okay? Of course not. So what do I mean by that then? Whenever you create a subclass object, we'll be drawing the memory picture. It will be 100% part of the subclass instance, even though you can't access it directly. That is the way it goes. That is the explanation. So now object through it. No. Understand me, Hitendra, I'm talking to you. Private, oh, my net connection had a glitch. So I'll repeat whatever I was saying. I said, we can make a method. See, as my suggestion always, here, this is your answer, Hitendra. Can you legally make a method which is private and static? What is it you are saying, guys? Yes, of course. But the usage becomes limited to what? To the current class. You can never call it from outside the class. That is what it is. Okay. So private members are available. Uday, yes, you are right in saying that. Okay. So within the class only, it will be accessible. You can't create it, or rather you can't access it outside the class. Now, so let me get you back on the track with inheritance and polymorphism. Now, you should look at the concrete examples to get it. So I had started with this. I generally start with a simple hierarchy like this. So if I ask you, is there anything common between this? Or, okay, better question, formal question. Can you fit it in an inheritance hierarchy? It's a yes, no question. Okay, somebody asked me something about it. There are so many answers. Answer is yes, but I lost a question, I think, in between. First line by pulling out. Okay, Yogendra, wait a second. All this will be clear with the examples. Oh, okay. So person, can you fit it in the inheritance hierarchy? Answer is yes. So let me say, I'm just going little bit ahead of this, and this is what we are going to solve. So I'm saying, guys, have patience. Everything is going to come up. So, but let me convince, let me clarify everything. So let me say, my person is identified by her first name and a last name. Student is identified by first name, last name, year of graduation year, the course or courses taken, fees she has paid for a particular course, and marks obtained in the last exam. Unless until I take a concrete example, you guys won't be clear. None of it, I mean, nobody is clear. And a faculty is identified by first name, last name, years of experience she's been having, and a subject matter expertise. So now we can have a discussion. We can't have a discussion in an abstract manner. At least I can't. So now half of you would have understood already, or maybe not half by half, everyone. So this is the problem statement. So tell me guys, do you see, can you see exactly? Can you see that pulling out and all that? Because words are empty. They don't just mean everything by their own. So tell me, can you see any inheritance here? Of course, yes. Can you see any common members? I'm not even gone to methods. Methods will bring in later. So of course, yes. So which will be the superclass and which will be the subclass? People had already answered. So here, this is what I meant. So in person, and what will be the data members? You can visualize first name and a last name. Everyone got me here? Now, when I say this is a superclass, please remember there is somebody who is sitting above this. Above this means what? What is the name of a universal superclass? Java.lang.object. So don't forget it as a fact. Person extends from the object. Okay, so you can imagine here, I'm not drawn, but there is an object class sitting there. Now, here, I'm just showing the inheritance hierarchy. Person extended by a student. Okay, so now when you start defining, we're going to do it in 5 minutes. When you start defining a student, which all data members will you add? All of them, neither, I mean, some of them, whatever. You just tell me. Give me a clue. I said person is an object. Absolutely. Only will you again duplicate first name, last name? Then I'll say you are not applying inheritance. Correct? So you will have to define only the additional features, which is what? Graduation year. Graduation year. Then what is it? Course taken, EDAC or whatever, and fees paid, and the marks obtained in your graduation graduation year. Are you getting this? And so what will you call it as a superclass? Who is the superclass? Person is the superclass. Are you getting it? And student is a subclass. And which is the keyword which binds these two classes via inheritance, or which gives you that is a relationship? You know that already. It is extends. Okay. So like I said, just give me time and everything will be clear. And what is the relationship you will call between two? You know that is a relationship. Just words do not mean anything. And when you are going down the hierarchy from object to person to student, are you going from generalization to specialization, G to S or S to G? Of course, you are going from moving from general common features to specialized features. That is why all these words people use. So it is nothing but a progress from generalization to specialization. Are you getting it? So this is your is and nothing more. Okay. So how will you write it? We'll be writing it in 2 minutes. Like I said, 5 minutes time. So whenever we write a class, okay, sorry, I'm breaking my statement. What will you write first? Superclass definition or a subclass definition? Of course, a child cannot exist without a parent. So this is your parent class. So you'll have to write a person class and then we will have a student class. So now I think people must be having a better clarity. With example, things become easy. Okay. But I'm saying I'm bringing in another type of a person as a faculty. So can you say faculty is a person? Of course, yes. Faculty. So let me just put it here. Faculty is a person, is an object. So answer the next question. Can I say, listen to this, because all this is extremely interesting and important also. Can I say faculty is a object? You just have to tell me yes or no, Boolean. Of course, yes. Are you getting it? So this is your ancestor. Your object is the like a grandparent. Faculty is a person, is an object. So is your student. Student is a person, is an object. But if I create something like, let's say, worker or employee or manager, it will fit into different inheritance hierarchy. So to complete the story, what are the things? Are we going to define all these members? You are defeating the purpose of inheritance then. Which are the only things you'll have to have? Years of experience and the subject matter expertise. Are we getting it? So this is what I mean. You identify, given a problem, you identify, you pull out common features, which are first name and last name, push it to the superclass, parent class or your base class definition, and let the child classes, derived classes, subclasses extend from it. Is the understanding better now? Is the understanding clearer now? Okay, so that is just a starting point, like I said. But I don't want people to be confused, so I just took a detour. So now coming back to the point, this is what is the statement. Now we'll take this as another example, and let's see whether you can put it in the inheritance hierarchy. This time I have not written the data members and all, so it's not required also. Let me show you, and it is extremely logical. So tell me, can you identify, can you organize them in an inheritance hierarchy? Means, can you use is a relationship? Can you detect any is a relationship between? Answer is of course yes. So anyone wants to tell me, what should I put at the supermost position? Of course, answer is object. That is implicitly there. So object will be extended by, I hope you are saying employee. We will solve so many examples so that you will be thoroughly clear. Now, can I say manager is a employee? You can just here I got the answer from Vipin already. Yes, of course. So here, can I say this? Of course, yes. So employee has maybe ID, name, and some basic salary. Manager has a ID, manager has a name, manager has a basic salary, but plus she has to manage couple of departments, couple of subordinates, etc. So those will be the additional members. So here, this is your manager. Okay, now go to the next one. How about sales manager? So tell me, where should I place the sales manager? Below employee or below manager? Under manager, naturally. See the way it goes. It is all common sense. It is all the real life entities. Can I say sales manager is an employee? Of course, yes. But sales manager is a specialized form of a manager. So while recruiting in your organization, there is no position like a manager. I have got heads, sales head, HR head, R&D head, etc. So like sales manager, HR manager, R&D manager. So those are the positions. Those are the designations I'm having. So for example, not for example, I mean here, I will recruit somebody to manage the sales targets and all. So when I say sales manager, he has to manage the sales targets. He has to increase the sales quarterly, annually, whatever ways. Okay. So can you see that? Sales manager, is an employee, is an object. Are you getting this? This is what that is a relationship all about. Next one. Now I think it is repetitive. Where should I place HR manager? Of course, HR manager is a manager. So, this is nothing but the inheritance hierarchy. So you can place it easily here, HR manager. And here then I have a worker. So we are so like categorical here. So here, where should I place the worker? Worker unfortunately is not manager in my organization, not normally, not naturally not. So here it is but it is an employee. You need workers as well, not just the managers. You need somebody to actually work. So here is a worker. So as a worker, you could be a software developer, or a DevOps or engineer or whatever. So anyway, worker. And where should I keep? Of course, a temporary worker. It is a specialized form of a worker. So it can be here. Are we relating it to actual world? Actual understanding is there. So this is that inheritance hierarchy where you can pull out. So what will be the common feature? Can you tell me one or two common features which will be there among Sales manager, HR manager, and a temp worker. Yes, employee ID, name, gender, address, a basic salary component, etc. Are you getting this? So these are the common, and then you specialize in the subclasses. So I think everyone is comfortable by now. So this is what, so many hierarchies, so many. You can see a loan account is a bank account. And when you specialize further, home loan is different, asked at a different interest rate, vehicle loan is different. Are you getting this? So this is what is your real life inheritance. So vehicle loan account is a loan account, is a bank account. So you can see that. Or a student, I mean graduate student is a student, and postgraduate student has to be a graduate student, and then he can go for post graduation, right? And likewise. So apple is a fruit, and Fuji apple is a specialized variety of apple. So of course it is an apple and a fruit. Getting this? So these are your better examples, real life examples. So you can read these things little later after we have done some hands-on. So as stated, inheritance is nothing but a progress from generalization to specialization. It is definitely giving you is a relationship between Java objects. Why? Not only code and the data member, the state and the code, both reusability. Superclass is nothing but your base class is equal to parent class, and the subclass is nothing but your derived class or a child class. And the keyword which binds these two entities together is nothing but extends. So this is pretty basics regarding inheritance. But now there are different type of inheritance in any object-oriented programming language, including Java, C++, Python, JavaScript, everything. JavaScript means TypeScript, I meant. So the point is different types. Okay. So what are the different types? Take a look at here. So if you are coming from C++, it supports all. Java doesn't. So look at the example, please. One is a single inheritance. So what is the meaning of single inheritance? Class A is, for example, superclass. Class B extends from A. So this is an example of your single inheritance. If you check here, what is the example of a single inheritance here? Student is a person. So is this single inheritance allowed, supported, legal in Java? Absolutely yes. So you can, yesterday we saw, you remember we were in packages and all that. So I could easily say that. So single inheritance is allowed. But this is, now hear my words carefully. This is your explicit form of single inheritance. But what is it implicitly? Who is sitting above person? Object. So what is the true inheritance hierarchy? Implicit inheritance hierarchy. Object, extended by person, extended by student. So explicitly it is single level, but implicitly it is multi-level hierarchy. So read the next line. So is single level supported in Java? I'll say this. Supported in Java. Is multi-level inheritance supported in Java? Answer is of course yes. This is the example of, oh, I have written it here. This thing, what is it called? Explicit this. So class A, superclass, B, subclass, and C, another subclass of B. So A extended by B extended by C. This is also supported in Java. Real life example, just now we had drawn. Employee, manager, sales manager. That's your multi-level inheritance hierarchy. Everything is legal. But now what is not legal? What is not allowed is multiple inheritance. So read this. So multiple inheritance is allowed in C++, but multiple inheritance is not supported in Java. Means what? If you ever try to write class A extends from multiple superclasses. Okay, so let's say B comma C, all you will get is a compiler error. So for example here, if I say my employee or my manager is a employee, of course, but he is also a very good sportsman, is a very good player. Okay, so that cannot be brought in the language. Of course, there is a reason, but that reason is it is for simplicity to avoid something called as diamond problem or the ambiguity problem. Yes, absolutely. It is to avoid the diamond issue or the ambiguity issue. But here I'm using the words such as method overriding and all that, and I have not yet discussed all of that. So we'll keep this topic pending, even though I've written all the things, but I will actually show what is the kind of ambiguity it may cause. And Java being the simpler language than C++, whatever complications, operator overloading, pointer arithmetic, diamond issue, I'm sorry, multiple inheritance is simply not supported. But in real life, guys, in real practice, you need to implement the behavior from multiple types. So tomorrow when I take you to something called as interfaces, you will know everything about it. So let me not say too many things and confuse you. You tell me, 1 minute drill, 1 minute recap. Everyone understands inheritance by now is a relationship. What are the different types which are supported in Java? There are only two, single inheritance and a multi-level inheritance. But when we talk about multiple inheritance, as in one class, can it extend from a single superclass or multiple, S or M? Single or multiple? Answer is multiple. I'm so sorry. Answer is single. I was reading somebody's question. Of course, single. But you will see that you will very nicely um, what do you say, avoid this limitation or, remove this limitation using something called as interfaces. So interfaces is ahead of topic. I'm not explaining anything in that. Let me reach interfaces and we will have 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons why interfaces. Today is the day only for inheritance and polymorphism. Okay. So now the first topic, and this is exam favorite. How does that constructor invocation happen in a single level as well as multi-level inheritance hierarchy? So if you want, you can work with me parallelly. Or if you say, no, I just want to learn the concept, I will try it out in the lab. Either of the approach is welcome. I mean, you decide, you take the call. So let me start by writing our first day, first exam, fourth day, first example. So let me create the 4.1. I can directly say finish. Here we are not using any module system, Java modular system. So simply say don't create. Okay, next one. So let me create something just as a simple example. Let me just say package. Let me create it as P1. I'll create it as P1, P2, P3. So it will be easier for you to revise. And here I'll say tester, or I'll say test constructor invocation. So that reading the name of the class, you will know what is it we had written here. So this is pretty simple. Now, what I'm doing is, first I'm asking you a question. Can one Java source file, which is the source file I've written, test constructor invocation Java, can it contain multiple default classes? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Of course, answer is yes. It cannot contain multiple public classes, but default classes, yes. So for the simplicity, I'm doing this. So watch me. All I'm going to ask you is, what will be the output? Typical examples asked. Just to show you what happens internally. So I'm just writing some SOPs. I'll just create some of the, I'm just going to show you in a multi-level inheritance hierarchy. Okay. and then I have another class C, and let's say 3. I wanted a multi-level. I don't want single level. Let me just check whether I've got what I wanted. A, SOP1, B extends A, SOP2, C extends B, SOP3. Fine. So I've got couple of classes for you here. Are they part of the inheritance hierarchy? Of course, yes. Extends keyword tells you that. Which is the ultimate superclass? Of course, object. When I say of course object, what I mean is whenever you don't say extends, Java compiler will implicitly add what it will add implicitly, extends from object, and this is what I mean. So don't misinterpret. Just recently I had a training and people were confused. So where will you place the object? At the top of the inheritance hierarchy. But do I have to write it? Absolutely not. Who is going to add it implicitly? Implicitly added by Java compiler. So you can visualize object extended by A, B and C. I think people are clear. Now here, let me create. I will write first in the comment. So your imagination, your code will be already ready. So create a subclass object. I'm just creating a subclass object, and which is the lowermost subclass? C. So I'll say C1 equal to new C. Nothing complex about the code, I hope. So all I'm asking you is, I'm telling you, no compile time error, no runtime error. Can you give me the output? What will be the output is the question being asked. Tell me. So Ronak is saying 1, 2, 3. People are saying 1, 2, 3. Okay. So everyone is saying 1, 2, 3. Somebody is saying, Hitendra is saying, for example, 3. Okay. So let's trace it. The correct answer is 1, 2, 3. And why is very interesting. So first, let me convince you that correct answer is 1, 2, 3. So just run this. And of course, you are getting 1, 2, 3. So now start understanding. Whenever I tell you to revise, see every day now little bit, not too much too big in the step, but complexity has to increase. I have to take you to the advanced level. So coming back to the point, whenever you are revising my code, open the main method, and from the main method start tracing the flow. Everyone is clear? So what is it getting executed is the right hand side. Okay, so we are creating the object of C. Where will be the control going? Can you tell me the line number where the control will go? Line number, please. Line number is here. Are you getting this? So line number 27. You are calling a C's constructor, C's object. Of course, it will get here. But now it is the compiler who checks, is C a subclass of some superclass? Yes. And what is implicitly your compiler will add? Yesterday I had talked about it, which is the implicit, keyword? Super. And super means immediate super type. But it doesn't stop here. It adds a parenthesis. So I hope everyone remembers constructor chaining. What was the keyword we were using for constructor chaining? This followed by the couple of parentheses here and this was calling the current classes constructor. So when I say super, can anyone tell me the line number where the control will go? Where the control will go? Of course, to line number 21. So before that, let me say, you don't have to add it. If you add it explicitly, fine. But if you don't add it, Java compiler will give you this automatically. So implicitly added by Java compiler. Now I think people would be clear. Most of you were anyway clear. So now the control comes here. Is it going to print 2? Absolutely not. Which is the keyword your compiler will add? A super. Okay. So where the control will go now? Which is the immediate superclass? Here. But guys, this is also implicitly extending from object, right? So what is it? It will add here still super. And are you getting it? When you understand the internals, you understand everything. So now what happens is it will call the object classes default argumentless constructor, but that doesn't print anything. So now the control will come back to which line? Control will, now the object classes constructor returns. Where the control will come back? To 17. So that will print 1. After this constructor is over, the control will come to this line. So it will print 2. Then once this constructor is over, the control will come. So this part is done. Control will come to 3. And that is how it prints 1, 2, 3. You got me? I hope the answer is clear. Why? I mean, how it is coming is clear. Because whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, the moment you say extends, or for this implicitly, Java compiler is going to insert the invocation. It is going to call the superclass constructor. So this was just done to prove that super keyword is definitely used. And what does it imply? This implies the invocation of immediate. See the words I'm using with thinking. Invocation of immediate superclass constructor. Is it a parameterized constructor or a parameterless constructor? It's a argumentless, parameterless, argumentless constructor. Are we 100% clear so far? Everyone is clear? Great. Now, let us apply it to something properly. So, if you remember, I had already talked about this. So, this is the first example I'm building. And then you will start understanding. Then we will draw somewhere memory pictures and everything, and we'll go deeper. So, in short, what is my first objective is identifying this inheritance hierarchy, which we have already done, and giving you the clarity about constructor invocation and the super keyword. So let me pick it up from here, somewhere, right? So this is the objective we are going to solve. I hope the objective is clear. So let me create it as a different this package. I'm calling it as package P2 maybe. And here, which is the class I should create first? You know the answer. Should I create a person, student, or a faculty first? Answer that. Everyone knows it. I have to start with a person. Okay. And here is our requirement. I'm just keeping it in front of you. Oh, sorry. I said under inheritance package. Okay. So how do you refactor? It's very easy. I don't want to say the name P2. So here you can refactor easily. Right click on the package. You can see the option refactor, rename. And here I'm just matching it with the problem statement, nothing else. So in inheritance, you got person. Okay, so now go ahead. Now let's come to the main things. So what are the data members I should add here? Everyone knows the answer. And I want to go for the tight encapsulation. I can of course use protector, but as a norm, typically people prefer tight encapsulation. So it will be private. What will be the data type of this? String. You can write it on the same line. You can write it on the two different lines. It's the same. I could have said private string, first name, comma, last name. Or I can do it in this manner. It's one and the same. Okay. So now simple questions. Can everybody write by now on the day 4? Not generate. Can you write a constructor? How many arguments you will have for this constructor? Tell me. If I want to initialize the state. Yes, output would have been, somebody asked me if b1 equal to new b, output would have been 1 and 2. Okay, that way. So yeah, the 2 arguments constructor, right? Next one. What will be the arguments? You will be passing first name and a last name. And in the constructor, you can say this dot first name equal to first name, this dot last name equal to last name. Everyone is clear? So if you are clear, then only go for the automatic code generation. Otherwise, don't go there. But I think people are clear here. So see this. What is the shortcut of ID? Source. Are you understanding? See, there is a menu. So when I'm talking to you in the lab and I say top left corner, third button and all, people are still confused. So get used to it. So these are all the menus. So there is a menu called as source. Under that, you will see generate constructor using fields. If you have understood, if you are 100% confident in writing constructor, then only choose this option. Otherwise, you can take a day or two and be there. There it is asking, see, it understands. See, this is all POC, proof of concept. It knows that your super class is object. Object class has got only one constructor. So it has already selected that. And it is asking you which data member you want to initialize. I want to initialize both. So I'm good that way. And here it is asking you what is the access modifier you want. So let me keep it as public for a time being. Later, if you want, we can change. So this is how your code development can become so fast. You don't have to waste your time, writing such code snippets if you are clear. So this is your IDE generated code. Anyone wants to tell me whose constructor super will end up calling? Which class's constructor? Everyone knows the answer. Default constructor. The default constructor is what it will call of a object class. So whether you write it explicitly, IDE generates the exact code, or you don't write. Everyone, I mean, it's fine. And since look at this. Wait a second, spelling mistake. So let me give that first name. I'll just globally replace it. It looks so horrible. Yeah. So now when I say the instance, method local variable name and the instance variable name is the same. Of course, you have to use this to differentiate between the two. Are we clear here so far? Somebody asked me some question. So if I did not see it, I just saw it passing by. So do with me in a parallel manner, you won't have any problem. So this was not interesting at all. What is interesting is the writing next class. Okay. So I think everyone is settled here. So which is the next class I should design is either student or a faculty. Let's go with you for a student basically. So here, let's create in the same package a student class, and which is the keyword to explain, to bind it by the inheritance. Everyone knows the answer, extends. And is it going to extend from a person or an object? Of course, person. And see something surprising. See, you should always observe and understand. The moment I write this, I get a compiler error. So be honest to yourself. Don't take the cursor to that error. Apply your own brains. Think why it is giving you compiler error. Import is not the issue because guys, we are in the same package inheritance. So you are wrong. So import is not the answer. Tell me something else. Give me another thing. No, scope is also not issue. Person is public. Scope and the access specifier and the import are wrong. Anything else? Okay, I'll give you the clue. Constructor, exactly. Okay, so the issue is the constructor. So hear this very carefully. Don't do anything parallelly. Stop answering for a while, please. I'll ask you questions and then answer. So question number 1. When you don't add any constructor in the class, what will Java compiler supply? Now you answer so I can get you on the track. The default argumentless constructor. Everyone understands? So what will be the form of that? I'll write it for you. So what will be the format of that? By default, it makes it public. So it will be public student. Okay. So this is the argumentless constructor. Who is going to generate it? Who is going to supply it? Compiler. Okay. But now, since a child cannot exist without a parent, which is the first line it is going to add? It is going to add the first line as super. This whole code, am I writing it? Of course not. This is compiler implicitly adding. Now test, when you say super, which is the super class guys? Super class is person. And here you have a second rule. The moment you add any parameterized constructor, is default constructor available or not available? A or NA? Of course not available. And that is what is the problem. Now, after hearing all this story, you can definitely take the cursor here and it tells you so clearly. Implicit superclass constructor person is undefined for a default constructor, must define the explicit constructor. Are you getting it? So I'll quickly recap, quickly say, because even lateral programmers, experienced ones, some when I write it with ID, you are clear. But if I write it in the notepad and all and ask you, people will not even detect it as an error. So let me start with the simple things. I'm trying to explain why compiler error. So when you don't add a constructor, what will Java compiler add? Argumentless default constructor in a subclass. What will be the first line of that subclass constructor? Tell me. What will be the first statement in a default subclass constructor? Super. Only super or super followed by round brackets, super followed by parenthesis. So the control comes to your super class. And if you have already added a parameterized constructor, argumentless constructor is not supplied. So can you tell me how to get rid of this compiler error? But I'm not allowing you to touch this class. You're not allowed to touch this class, but still fix the error. I already given you the clue. I'll repeat my question. No. Vishesh, you did not understand my statement. I said, listen to this, Vishesh. You are not allowed to change anything here. You are allowed to make changes outside. So the answer somebody gave me correctly. Add explicitly the default constructor. So here I can say, I'll again show you shortcut. I'm just typing person, PERSO, control space. The first suggestion is constructor. So I've saved it. And as if out of a magic, it is not magic, it is all about rules. So the compiler error disappears. Why it disappears? Because now it is finding a matching argumentless constructor. Story over. Again, I hope everyone is clear here completely. Are we clear or not about the what I said and how I fixed the problem? But the point is, guys, listen to the point. Now I'm taking you to the next level. If I do this here, what will happen is what will be the value? So this is the constructor which will get called. So can you tell me what will be the values assigned to first name, last name? Let me see what you're saying. What are the values? Null. So no, zero, don't see Kunal, zero. It's a string. String is what? Reference type of a variable. And what is the default initial value for a reference type? Null. So, you will be registering a student in the course with all nulls. So do we want it? Absolutely not. Why I wasted or spent time to explain what is the problem? Okay, so I commented it. Anytime you are sitting in the lab, now you just have to import my project and do some revision, 30, 40, whatever time it takes you, minutes. So we are back to problem. So now let me keep this all under comment, and I want to add the data members, add state of the student. So let us ignore that compiler error for a while and you tell me. It's not a memory game. I will bring it here. So if it is a student, I want this. It's all very basic, but very important also. So start answering the question, please. I'll remove this. It looks very too much, too complex. Anyone wants to tell me? Should I declare all the fields? Okay, let me ask you pointed question. First name, last name. Do I have to redeclare it? Absolutely not. So let's declare others. Private, int, passing year, graduation year. Then it is a course taken, private course name I'm taking, not the course ID or something. So course name maybe, which is the course you are joining. For example, EDAC in your case. Then you have certain fees you have paid. All tight encapsulation, as you can see, double fees, and then the marks obtained or GP or something. Okay, marks out of 100 maybe. All done into 100. So here, let's say double marks. Okay. We are still living with the error. Don't forget that. So now, what is it we add To initialize the data members, of course, of constructor, add parameterized constructor to initialize. See this. I always, highlight important words. To initialize complete state of the student. Because, such words will give you some clue, some identity, some understanding. I'm writing it as I'm not generating this because this is the first time we are doing it in inheritance. Why I made the constructor, why I'm making the constructor public? Because I will have a separate package tester and from that we will be testing. So let us start with public test student. Now, before I start adding the arguments, can you tell me how will you, okay, what all will be included in the complete state of student? Don't write down. Tell me the number. How many data members will be there in complete state of student? Because, typing takes too much. Just count properly and tell me. Answer is very right. Okay, some of you are saying, Ajit is saying, for example, 4. So let me talk to Ajit. There's nothing personal. I just saw this thing and I'm talking to you. So don't take it personally ever. Let me ask you, Ajit, is your student going to have, student has a graduation year, student has a course, student has fees, student has a, sounds weird, but has paid the fees, has obtained the marks. But are you trying to say that student doesn't have a first name, last name? Of course, student has a name. So, of course, when I say complete state, it includes first name, last name, and the remaining data members. Are you understanding me? Some of you could be thinking in 4. 4 means only these 4. But when I say complete state, student has a name as in first name, last name. So how many arguments should I pass to the constructor? Answer is 6, not 4. How to do the rest of things? We will come to that separately. So don't worry about it. So let us say, I don't have to stick to the same things. I'll say string fn is for first name, last name, and then rest of the things I think anyone can understand. So let's say graduation year, or you can say simply year, less typing for me. Then I can say course name. Some of the things I'm keeping same, some of them is different. Just to show you both way it will work. And what it is, double marks. I hope you are realizing your compiler is still shouting. Compiler is still upset with you. So let me ask you the question. When I don't write anything here, what is the first statement Java compiler introduces? What is the Java compiler introduces is nothing but the super, and we are again into the same loophole. There is no superclass constructor. If you add it, it is all pointless. It is all useless because it will initialize my first name and last name to the null values. Okay. So the next question now. I'll write something and you tell me. If I say first name equal to fn, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error, quickly. I'm asking you questions because I have a track already. Of course, compiler error, confirm. It's such an easy thing to confirm, especially in ID. Immediately it says, which first name? The field person.first name is not visible. And we have spent so much time yesterday. The moment you step outside the class, the private data members are not accessible even to the same package subclass. You know that already. So this is out. So you will recall, okay, she was saying something about super keyword. Okay, first I'm showing you all wrong options and then I'm giving you the correct one so that you don't make a mistake. Okay, so here is my super keyword. Okay, and if I try to say super dot, this is a valid usage, but why this doesn't work? Same old reason. Private members are not accessible outside the class. So this option also completely fails. So any option, anyone wants to suggest an option? I already got an option. So I told you, Listen to this carefully. Here, when I say compiler was adding the keyword super, it did not know which parameters to add, but can we add? So here, I'm first write a comment and then quote. So here, explicitly, that was implicit. Now be explicit. Explicitly call or invoke matching. The word matching is important. Matching what wise? Signature wise. Explicitly invoke matching constructor of a super or matching superclass constructor. I think you will understand that. Okay. So you should have the corresponding constructor. What is the keyword we use for this? Again, super. But if I follow that, this doesn't work. So can you tell me, out of these 6 arguments, which are the data members which represent the state of the superclass? Everyone knows the answer. So this is calling, sorry, this is calling your explicit superclass constructor. And now finally you will see that compiler is quiet. Is everyone clear? So it is the division of responsibility. Let superclass worry about, see the compiler is gone once I saved it. So the control, see this, whenever we add a student in our database, what we will do is we will call a student class constructor. But student is a person. So for initializing the student's first name and last name, I absolutely cannot access it directly because they are private. So what is happening here? Where the control will go? Will it go to object class or will it go to person, O or P? Of course, it will go to person class. And from here, it will go to object, which will just initialize the data, which will just initialize this object. And then it will initialize your first name and last name as per the supplied arguments, and the constructor will return. So where the control will be now? Control will be on the next line. So tell me, have we initialized the complete state of student or partially? C or P, complete or partial? Till now, of course, partial. Which is the remaining state of the student? As you everyone knows. Now the rest of it is you already know. So let me say, have I given a different name? No. So I don't want this. I don't require this graduation year. But here I have given the same name, purposefully mixing it. This dot course name is equal to course name. I think people are clear here. If not, of course, ask a question. P is equal to P's. All I'm using is, oh, look at my spelling mistake. And here, the marks are marks. So this dot marks. Don't get confused at why she's using this sometime. Whenever there is an ambiguity, I have to use this. That's not important. This part, I think you will understand. Important is this because it is new. So one usage of super keyword is to invoke immediate superclasses matching constructor. So now when I do it, what will happen when we create? The next thing I'm going to write is a tester. So where the control will go? Why it is giving error? Oh, okay. Nancy, that is, yeah, he is already, Anshuman is already answered. I'll just try to repeat what he said. Do this immediately, Nancy. Here. When you don't write it, what does it tell me? What is it your, this one will call? Compiler will call super. Where the control will go? Control will go to the person class and tell me, is there any default argumentless constructor? Answer is no. That is why compiler was failing. I mean, that is why you had a compiler error. So instead of leaving it to compiler, we are just calling it explicitly on our own, and that is what satisfies the compiler. Okay, so I will just add some SOPs. Observe this. So this was the explanation. Now see something else. I want to say here in student constructor. Tell me why there is a compiler error. See, there are 10 questions that they can ask you only on constructors. Okay, so why there is a compiler error? Because Same thing, a child class constructor, subclass constructor, first statement has to be super, because it has to first initialize the superclasses member, superclasses state or whatever, and then you can do. So what is the rule we have? The first line in the subclass constructor must be super, and then you can say in student constructor and continue. And let me go to person classes constructor. This is for invoking object classes. So I'm saying here in persons. So I hope everyone is clear with the code. So quickly have a look at it, because in a minute I'm going to write a tester and ask you the question. Question means what will be the output. So start. Here, person class, what is its state? First name, last name. There is a matching constructor. And here, if you don't want it, you can comment it. Still, compiler will call immediate superclass, which is your object classes constructor. So what is the job of the superclass constructor? To initialize its own data members. Done. Now we come to the subclass. But subclass is a superclass and something more. So can I say student is a person? Absolutely yes. But it has its own details. So we are never going to duplicate whatever we already declared. But the unfortunate part is I cannot access the first name, last name from the student. So the only way I can initialize the data members is via super keyword. Are we somewhat clear? Tell me. I'm waiting for the question. Is there, of course, I'm going to write a tester and it will be clearer. It will be most clear when you say, when we draw the memory picture. But so far, I hope you are clear. Next one. Use person. No, Srishti, that is wrong. That is totally wrong. The keyword, that is for your C++ and all. But in Java, you have to use the super keyword. Like this, like how Srishti, for calling one class, one constructor of one class, another, one constructor calling another constructor. Can you use the name of the class? You can't. We have to use this. In the similar manner, here you have to use super. If you use person, you'll be creating two objects. One will be student and one will be person. We don't want that. We want one single object of a type student. So I hope this answers your question. If not, think about it and give me some time. I'll come back. I'll take it as another time question. SRC. Now I'm telling you, let's have a tester here. Observe, please. I'm writing. I'm going to write it as a series. Test 1, test 2, test 3 and all that. So you'll be revising it clearly. So here I'm not attaching any scanner. Scanner and all will come later when we actually write something. Here is only for your understanding. So here, create student class instance. Everyone understands what I'm talking about? I want you to create a student class instance here. So let's start with the left-hand side, student. But here it is in a different package. So what is the first thing I have to do? Import. But you are in IDE. So just type student and control space it. So it has automatically imported, as you can see. So student S1 is equal to new student. Anyone wants to tell me how many arguments I'll have to supply? 4 or 6? Of course, you have one parameterized constructor. So if you say, now see, I'm doing control space again. So it is giving me a clue here. What is it I have to add? So let's say some first name. Okay. Rama. Last name. Her last name is maybe say her, what was the next thing? I forgot. The year of passing. So maybe she passed in 2019. Then the next thing was the course taken. So suppose I say DAC something, and the marks obtained was the next one. No, fees paid and then marks obtained. So some fees and the marks obtained. Okay. I'm trying to keep things very simple. So tell me here, when I run this, what is the output? Okay, forget the output. You just tell me the flow, because once you understand the flow, you will definitely know the output. So I'm going to run test one. Whenever you are revising in today's lab session, go for the testers, and from tester, test the flow testers. So this is what it is. So which class I should open? Naturally, I should open student. Can you tell me what will be the first thing which will get executed? This constructor. But first, the constructor, sorry, the control will go to the super class. So here, this will be kept pending. Control will go to person. Here, it will go to object class constructor, but doesn't print anything. So what will be the first line of the output? What will be the first line of the output? In person's constructor, because student is a person. So the job of this constructor will be to initialize partial state of the student. Okay. With memory pictures, you'll have better clarity. So that is done. Now the constructor returns, where the control will be on the next line. So what will be the next line of output? Student constructor, and then student class constructor will initialize the rest. Confirm? And like I said, I've not yet printed any details and all that. So here it is. In person's constructor and in student's constructor. Is the flow, is the constructor invocation totally clear? This is required anywhere and everywhere. So is everyone clear with that? Okay. Now, with this clarity, help me to write your faculty class. So I'll take this. It is very repetitive, but it is no problem. I mean, the moment you do things on your own with your own understanding, things sound easier. So here in the same inheritance package, let me create another class, faculty. It is a total revision, back-to-back revision. Start. Okay. So first of all, if I just write this, is my faculty a person so far? Answer is not yet. So which is the keyword I have to add? Extends from person. Same question, same answer. So earlier, those who did not understand, join me here. Why there is a compiler error? I want all the four statements. So I will guide you. When you don't add the constructor, what will Java compiler will add? Default subclass constructor. What will be the first line in the default subclass constructor? Super. So where the control will go? To the person class, doesn't have the matching argumentless constructor, throws you out. Everyone clear? See, when you repeat things, when you do things in a repetitive manner, you understand. Now, help me. So ignore the compiler. You know we are going to fix the error. So can anyone tell me what all I should start declaring? First name, last name is already present in person. Do not duplicate. So start with the faculty's years of experience. Int, I can say. Okay. Note the camel casing, lowercase and all. Give the names properly. And suppose it is a subject matter expertise, a domain he or she is working in. So I can say string SME, subject matter expertise. And now the whole story is the same. Why I'm making it as public? Because the faculty object will be created from the tester package, which is a different package and non-subclass. So faculty. And now tell me, I hope you are ready with the answers. How many arguments I should pass? Count and tell me. How many arguments are required? 4. Don't, still people are saying 2. Guys, wake up. If I want to initialize the complete state of faculty, is faculty not a person? Of course, faculty is a person. So, I mean, unless until you initialize first name, last name, you will be initializing only partial state. So the correct answer is all 4. Okay, so start. I can have anything. There I have used FNLN. Purposefully, I'll use it different. These are method local variables. So don't get confused. First name, last name. And then what I have in, let's say, years as experience, and maybe string SME. Faculty is a person, so we have to initialize her first name and last name. So you have to take it as a constructor argument. Tell me, what should be the first statement here? Everyone knows that, I hope. Tell me, what should be the first statement, guys? Of course, a super. How many arguments? I got the full answer with Arpit. So he is right. Wait a second, it is hung. Yeah. So first is invoke explicitly superclass constructor. Which is the superclass? Person. What is the state of the person? First name and a last name. So pass only the superclass specific details there, which is nothing but first name, last name. Control comes back to the faculty. Now initialize the specialized details. Specialized is wrong word, additional details I meant. So now everyone knows, okay, this is not required because I've got the different variables. So years of experience is equal to years, I can say. You know why I'm not using this? Because the variable names are different. And here I have to use this because I've kept the SME same. And like before, the first line in the subclass constructor has to be super, either implicitly or explicitly. And then I can add a word here in faculty constructor. Are we 100% clear? I'm just going to test it using that tester, same tester. Are you clear? Because the moment you repeat, the moment you start thinking on your own, things become clearer. So let me go to that same tester and create faculty class instance. Okay. So then we have faculty, new faculty. You can see I just said control space, and I hope you are observing ID does the import automatically. When you say control space or when you say control shift O, it brings in all the imports, required imports. So here, now you have to initialize the full thing. So suppose I say something. And what was it? First name, last name, years of experience. Let's say 10. He's been teaching for 10 years. And the subject matter expertise is maybe Java, then REST APIs, then maybe Angular, React, whatever. Some expertise. So the point is, now when I run this, what will be the output? Here you already knew. First it went to the person classes constructor, and then it went to students constructor. What will be the corresponding output for this? Faculty is also a person. So what will be the first line? In persons constructor followed by faculties constructor. So this is what it is for the complete initialization for of the state of the student. And these are the two lines, which is a clear-cut proof that this is where faculty's details are getting initialized. So this is a very famous topic, popular topic for interviewers and examiners. Constructor invocation in the inheritance hierarchy. Are we completely clear? Yes, absolutely, Srishti. Is everyone clear? Great. But now if you see, I'm stopping here. I'm just telling you the problem statement and we will take a break. But actually speaking, see this. What is it we are doing here? We are creating a student object. We are creating a faculty. No problem. Fine. But am I actually seeing or displaying or sharing is not the word, displaying the student details anywhere or faculty details anywhere? Answer is no. They are not getting printed anywhere. I said printed. I want to have a report where my student details are getting printed, my faculty details are getting printed. So if I say I want to do that, I want to get the student details and the faculty details, how will you give that? How will you solve it? It's a simple question. You understood what I want? I'll say this again loud and clear. I want to see the exactly. So I want to see student detail and faculty. If you say getters, absolutely fine. But how many getters you will require? one per data member. So that will become like 5, 6 methods. So like Atharva has said, or earlier you had said, I can write a get details method. Everyone understands it? So I can definitely add, see, let's not be vague or abstract about it. I'm just trying to minimize. Yeah. So I will have to add a method in the student here, something like, I'm not writing, I'm just, setting your mind to think. So here I can add a method, get student details, and I need to access the complete details. So which details I can access directly? All these four. But now I have a problem. I want to get the complete details, including first name, last name. So can I access it from here? Tell me. Directly? Answer is no. So what is the solution? I'll first repeat the problem. I said, suppose you think of adding a method, get student details. It can only fetch these four details, but I want to find out her student's name, first name, last name. So what is it I'll have to do? I can't get it directly because it is private. So you will have to add a method in the parent class as you have been suggesting. So here also you'll have to add a method. Which method? Something like get person details. Are you understanding? And what will that get person details return? First name and a last name. And that will be called in the student details. And then you will end up adding a method, get faculty details. And in get faculty details, you can call the superclasses method, visible method, accessible, will not make it private. And you can get it. But the point of saying all this is, these are only 3 classes. And we came out with 3 different versions. Get person details, get student details, get faculty details. If I add more types, center head, course coordinator, a manager, suppose 10 different types, you tell me with thinking, adding 10 different various methods sounds good, or sticking to the standard method sounds good. I'll repeat my question. Creating 10 different methods, get person details, get faculty details, get center head details, get course coordinator details, sounds better, or standardization sounds better? Of course, anyone will go for single standardization. So what we will do after the break is, you can declare, okay, let me say this. I'll just take a pause here. So everyone agreed with me, standardization sounds better. So now analogy, same analogy, because I like that. I've seen it working, effective analogy. You inherit, okay? So from person, you will be inheriting the method get details. So keep it on one side. Go for physical analogy. You inherit a property, you inherit a house from your ancestor. Is it compulsory that you have to stick to the same version? Or, yes, I'm continuing for 2 minutes, Pramod. Or do you have an option? Don't demolish it, say sounds bad, but can you at least modify certain things? Answer is yes. So I'll repeat. Optionally, like Vipin said, I have an option as a child, as a grandchild, to inherit my property and modify certain things. So what is it we are talking about is, your student class can inherit the behavior from the parent. If the student is happy with the inherited behavior, that is your inherited property, keep it as it is. But the get details method from the person class, what is it going to contain? Only first name, last name. So tell me, should student class simply inherit that method, or should it modify it? I for inherit, M for modify. I'll repeat my last question. I want everyone's clarity as always. I said, the student class, if it inherits the method, what are the only 2 things that we can provide? First name and a last name. So are we happy inheriting it, or would we like to modify it? Of course you would like to modify it. Yes, of course it is. See, this one, when it that goes without saying. What you don't inherit, you cannot modify. A simple rule. What you inherit, only that you can modify. Are you understanding me? So definitely we would like to modify. And this modification is nothing but the, this is nothing but the changing form of the functionality. I have got that method get details, but get details in person was only giving me, what is that? First name and a last name. So I want to modify it, and it should be, so the whole behavior is getting modified, and that is nothing but called as the polymorphic behavior, not extending, modifying the behavior. So what is the meaning of the word polymorphism? Poly means multiple, morphic means changing. So multiple changing forms. So we will have a get details method, last 1 minute. And what will be the form of it? What will be the definition of it in the person class? Just to return first name and a last name. Tell me, what will be its form in the student class? Modified form? Tell me, will it give you only 2 details or 6 details? Talk in numbers. 6 details. When I take it in the faculty form and still change it further, what will you print? How many you should have? 4 details. So isn't this the same method get details, but the changing forms? So this is nothing but your polymorphic behavior, changing behavior. Okay, so let's not go to the formal terms. First, get the concept with me. We will apply the concept, and then I'll tell you all the jargon. It is nothing but method overriding. Absolutely well, correct. But the point is, I hope it is clear. So the point is, you are inheriting something, but you are not happy with the inherited form, so you are wanting to modify. Okay, so this was your get details. But I'm saying you are something like 250 of you, or 250, 260, I don't know the exact size, whatever the size. But if I give you freedom that, okay, do it the way you like, 250 of you will come out with the names. One will say get details. One will say get specific details. I'm just telling you. One will say get complete details. So, is there any more standardization? Answer is yes. And the universal superclass. Which is the universal superclass of all Java classes? It is object. So object class has already given you a behavior, and that is nothing but your public string to string. So after the break, when we resume, I'll show you what is that object classes to string. I will ask you by using, are you happy with that? If the answer is you are happy, then the story over. I'm sure you won't be happy. So what you inherited, if you're not happy, I can always modify it. So that is where we will enter method overriding, modifying the behavior, and we'll continue. So this will be all. All those things we will do after the break. So let's have a break and resume. Of course, okay, I'll share the code. Anurag, I will just put it on the Zoom. I will not put it on the Google Drive because it is yet incomplete. So just a second. I will, what was it? Day 4.1. So I'll just make a zip of it. Eclipse projects have to be shared as a zip. There's no other easy way out. Otherwise, when you start importing it in your workspace, you get all possible problems. So let me just Zoom is, hung. Okay, so here I'm sending you the code. Those who need it, those who want it can download, but it is no way complete. So we will continue with the same code in the second half. So have you got it, guys? Deepak already has stretched it a little bit. So can you ask me after we resume? So please ask me after the break. Okay. Remember your question. Write it down somewhere. So let's resume after the break. I can't even. Welcome. I remember Deepak wanted to ask some question. Do you want to ask your question now, Deepak?
Ma'am, the question was regarding the how static keyword triggers the class loading.
How static keyword? Okay. It's not static keyword which triggers the class loading. I said when you access any static members of any class, the class loading will take place. So let me not give you the vague answer. Let me show you. Anyway, people are joining still. So let us use this time effectively. And I'll just write something. You respond, okay? So here, everyone have this. Okay, nothing fancy, nothing great. As everyone can see, I've got a class A and I've got a show method in that, which is public static void. Nothing great about it. Now, let me add a tester here. So, Deepak, I would like to ask you, this tester, using this tester, this main method, I want to call the show method of class A. Not just him, anyone can answer. So I'll say invoke show. How to do that? For that, do I have to create any object or can I call it directly? Answer is I don't have to create any object. I can call it directly. So will it work if I say directly show? Of course not. If I write only show, it won't. How do we invoke the method? Everyone knows that. Class name dot member name. So since it is a show, this is what is the usage. 100% till now you are clear, Deepak? So this is how the static members can be accessed. I just took an example of a static method, but you can add a static data member here and you can do the thing. So for example, by say I'm in the same package, right? So I can keep a default also static int data. Okay, suppose I initialize the value, not a very good way, but okay, kind of like. And here access is data. How do I do this? Do I require any instantiation? Of course not. So class name dot member name. So I can say a dot data. I hope people are not confused with the access specifiers. Why this default access specifier work? Because class A and tester are in the same package. So fine. And this was anyway public. But that is not the point. Deepak's question was, whatever about the class loading. So anyone wants to answer, including Deepak yourself. When this particular line is called, what will be the picture in the method area? Do you think any classes will get loaded in the method area? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Of, Nalini is saying no, you're wrong. Guys, look at this. Where is this data member available? In the A's byte code. So anytime you are trying to access A's data, what is it which has to happen in the memory, in the method area is first or initially the class A or A dot class. Sorry. The A dot class must be loaded or gets loaded in the method area. Okay. And then only you can access directly with class reference. not class reference, class name dot member name. So this is what Deepak I was saying. So Deepak, now can you tell me what are the two different, not just him, when I say Deepak, yeah, anyone can answer. What are the two different triggers? Triggers means when will JVM feel like means want like to load the Java classes. One is, one is what? One is for the instance creation, before instance creation that you already knew, but even before you are trying to access any what is it, static member, it will have to do the class loading. How do I confirm? How do I prove that this thing, what is it? What I'm saying is correct or not? Give me some more time. Or okay, since I have started the topic, we have already derailed. So let us derail more. I'm saying, how do you confirm, Deepak or anybody else, that what I'm saying is correct? That at this point, static, what is it? The whole class is getting loaded. I did not want to show you today, but I can manage that as well. So listen to the question, guys. This is a context switching. Context switching means this is not inheritance. This is something else. So which is the best way to initialize instance variables? Which is the best possible way by which you should initialize non-static data member? Everyone understands it. Only why only so few answers? 100% should answer constructor. Parameterized constructor or default constructor? Parameterized constructor. You got me? So now I'm asking you, likewise, what is the best possible way to initialize static data members? Okay, so Akash knows it. Some of you already know it, but I'm seriously not interested immediately. Here, let me ask you. If I initialize this static member in a constructor, what is wrong in it? Tell me. How many times it will be initialized? Once for every object creation. Are you understanding it? And we don't want it at all. We just have a single copy. So like some of you have already told me, there is a special construct. There is a special block, which is called as static initializer block. And that is the best place, that is the best way to initialize static data members. So a quick recap. Where are the two occurrences of static keywords so far? You know about static methods, you know about static data members. So note that. Like I said, I mean, like I did not want to derail it, but anyway, it's got this. So this is not a good suggestion at all. So you just declare your static data member, which will be memory initialized, I mean, in the method area. And this is your syntax of, nothing syntax at all, simple, static initializer block. So how do we write any block? Within the pair of curly braces. But because it is a static initializer block, you have the static keyword. So this is your class level static initializer block. And there are two key usages of it. One is to initialize the static data members. It is a preferred syntax. And can anyone tell me, before I give you my second answer, how many times you think this will get called? How many times static initializer block will get called? Exactly once. When, please? When it will get called? W questions. How? Okay, how is not W question? How many times? Once. When? Don't say main and all that. So here, there's no main here. Okay. Of course, if it is, I write in the tester before main, but at the class loading time. Okay. And that is what I want to convince Deepak, that when you access the static data members, 100% class loading is happening and 200% static initializer block will get called. So just see what I'm doing here. In static initializer block, just to convince him that whatever we are saying is correct, and then you can take your data and you can initialize it to whatever value. Okay, so right now I'm not over. See, when we start a topic, we have to handle it properly. So can you interview not, but yes, question, exam question and all. Can you declare only one static initializer block in the class or multiple? Single or multiple? S or M? Answer is multiple. It is foolish, it is dumb, it is pointless. But technically, is it legal? 100% yes. Why would people write multiple is beyond me. But the question is, does Java allow it? Answer is yes. So you can add multiple static initializer block, and they will get executed in the same sequence as they appear. Exactly, top to down, down, as in the sequence they appear. Absolutely. Now let us confirm. So here, if time permits today, I'll show you the debugger, attaching the debugger, and I'll request our lab faculties to show it in the different labs also. So you can add a breakpoint here, and you can actually, and then you can test, but that is a lab activity. So we'll do it in the lab. So here, when I call this line, you tell me, I'm going to run the tester. Tester means what? Testers mean. Okay, let's make it more interesting. In static initializer block of class A. Okay, so because somebody said before main and all, so I should be like honoring all the things. Can I add a static initializer block here? Absolutely yes. So any class you can add. So I will just add a SOP. So you will understand everything properly. No ambiguity, no further things. In testers static init block. Okay. So now I'm just going to run it. You know how to run it. Just there is a run button. But when you have already compiled for first 2-3 days, you have run it. So how you'll be running it in the command line? You would be saying Java fully qualified class name test static dot tester. And what is this thing? What is the starting point of execution? Main. So tell me, I'll add some SOPs. I've given you some sample code actually, So please tell me, what will be the first line of the output? Anyone wants to tell me what will be the first line of output? Of course, you are right. So first, at the class loading time, see this, JVM's main thread is calling tester.main. It is a static method. So first the whole class has to be loaded. Which class has to be loaded, guys? Tester class has to be loaded. So JVM's class loader will check, are there any static initializer blocks? Answer is yes. So here we can, of course, you'll see in tester static initializer block, and then it will call in main. You'll see it in a minute. Next one. Now what is happening? We are trying to access class A's static member. So at this point, will there be any class loading further? Will there any class load, additionally class getting loaded? Of course, yes. Which one, Deepak? Class A. How do you know what I'm saying is right or wrong? That is where you'll see in static initializer block of whatever class A, and you will get your confirmation. So, trying out things instead of reading. I'm not at all saying don't read books. Those are the only source of knowledge, such as Java docs and books. But please test it out. So first, tester static initializer block at the testers class loading time. Then the starting point of execution is main. So tester.main. And here I was accessing a static member. So first class A got loaded, triggering its static initializer block and the rest of it. So are we clear, Deepak, now? Is everyone clear? Not just this. No. Class level, there's nothing like method level. Come on. Don't get lost in the words and complex and confuse others. There is only one way it can appear. Static can only appear. Static initializer block is only at the class level. There is no other syntax. When I talk about static nested classes, I'll show you differently. Okay, so enough derailing, enough off tracking. Let us bring you back on the track. And the track is inheritance. And inheritance alone is hardly powerful. I'm not saying it is not powerful. Of course, it is powerful. But when you supplement it with polymorphism, it is at a different level of power. And that is what we are starting with. So where were we? I'll just recap because there was a long break in between. So in the tester, here. Everyone knows about constructor invocation. Let me not waste time in repeating. Tomorrow morning, when you have slept over it, and if you are still confused, I'll of course revise. So at this point, we have got the proper constructors. The constructor in the student class, explicitly we are calling the superclass constructor, using which keyword? Super, mute yourself please. Super and the arguments. So your person class constructor is initializing the first name and last name of a student. And likewise, it is also initializing the complete name of a faculty. and then the subclasses are initializing the rest. So we were discussing something. So I'll just repeat that discussion. In order to display the state, in order to display the details about my student or my faculty, instead of inventing your own methods and doing it in a non-standard manner, the object class, which is universal superclass of all Java classes, has already given you something. So please open API docs. Java docs has to be right in front of you. Whether you do the coding with me or without, I mean, not with me, that is absolutely fine. But please log in and have your Java docs ready. So here, last time I saw, I was in string class. But now see the hierarchy. Can everyone recognize this hierarchy? Which is the superclass and which is the subclass between these two? Object is the superclass, universal superclass, and string is the subclass. So you can reach object from any class. Okay, click on object and search for Control F. Look for method toString. I told you some time ago, maybe day 2, day 3, I don't remember exactly. There are 5 methods which are of supreme importance to any Java developer, core Java developer, I'm saying. ToString equals hash code, compare and compare to. So these have to be understood like inside out. So coming back to this, I will just highlight and you read. Let us keep it simple and clear so that nobody gets confused in this. So what are we looking at? We are looking at which classes method we are looking at? We are looking at object classes method. Everyone agrees? What is the method declaration? Public string toString. And it says it returns a string representation of object. Nobody understands by this. That is the reason they have given you the complete formula. Formula as in complete details. So why don't you solve it from left to right? So see this. What is it from left to right? Get class dot get name. Anyone wants to tell me what it returns? What will this get class dot get name return? Fully qualified class name. You've seen it already. I'm just highlighting at the rate. And there is a hash code function which returns you. You can look at hash code also in your lab type. So hash code returns you the typically the address, internal representation of address. And when you say integer dot to hex string, which will be the representation? Decimal representation or hexadecimal? Of course, hex representation. So what is it you are going to see, or rather what is it you have seen is thanks to this method. Okay, so public string toString is already giving you this. So why don't we confirm? So let me ask you here. Now I have already shown you. And now when I come back here, tell me quickly. When we write, listen to the question correctly. In person class, are we using option 1, inherited toString? Option 2, modified form, which is called as the overriding form of toString. Option 3, none of above. Which is the correct option? I gave you 3 options, so choose 1, 2, 3. None of above. You said none of above. You are wrong. Correct option is the first one. Guys, you forgot. Implicitly, you are extending from object. And tell me, what is the access specifier public? So are public members inherited and accessible in the subclass? Yes. So the correct option is without knowingly, I mean unknowingly, we are inheriting the form of a toString. How do we confirm? Try it out. That's the best way to confirm. So see this now. See what I'm doing. SOP S1 dot. I just stopped here. And can you see, guys? You can see. I mean, you may not be able to see, so I'll read aloud. Equals hash code and a toString. So whose methods you are inheriting? You are inheriting the API from which class? Of course, object class. They tell you also which type. Okay. So the option 1, I hope everyone chooses now. So I'm saying SOP S1.toString. And here I'm saying SOP F1. So listen to this carefully. Note it down somewhere, please. Interesting, popular interview question or general question, let's say. Even when I say F1, just even if I say S1, your compiler will automatically input or insert or okay, it will internally call F1.toString. So what is the question you are going to answer me tomorrow? How come when you just add the reference type of a variable, how does it internally call? How does it internally invoke or call F1.toString? So I'm leaving it for you. I'll give you a clue. Don't just go to Stack Overflow and search it out. You might get it from Stack Overflow, but the answer is in Java docs. So which class you will open, guys? Open print stream, because system.out, the type is print stream, and there is a println method with a object type of reference. Just today morning I showed you. Okay, and that answers it. I've shown you something, if you remember in the morning what I said, solving that assignment, whether it will print null or null pointer. So same clue. So that is your question to solve. This is my way of forcing you to read Java docs. Okay. Some of you might be knowing it already exactly, but how? Surya, I want the proper convincing answer. And anyway, I don't want 2-3 people answering. I want 250 answering as the usual policy. So please sleep over it. When I say sleep over it, go over it and answer me tomorrow. Answer is in. So I'll give you a hint, of course. Hint is open your print stream class. How will you reach print stream? Go to system out. So you'll go to print stream. And which method you will look for? Println. But you will tell me there are 10 different println. So I'm telling you, use the one with the object reference. And 100% it will give you the answer. Okay. So that is your question to solve. Now let me move ahead. This I will answer tomorrow if you can't. I'm sure you can. So coming back to the point, what will be the output here? Your choices are runtime error, hash code printing version, or the actual student details. Which option you want to pick up? I hope everyone is picking up the hash code, because where we have done the method overriding, where we have done the modification. So we are just happy inheriting ancestral property. And that ancestor is nothing but an object, and its property is nothing but the behavior toString. Okay, so confirm, guys, and you tell me, are you getting this? So see this. What is it printing? Fully qualified class name at the rate and some hexadecimal hex representation of your hash code. And likewise, here is your faculty sitting at the faculty object created at some point in heap. Are we so far clear? Okay. So now, if I want to see, soon I'm going to make a practical requirement where I'm going to say that we have to arrange a meeting, an event, a get together, anything you call it, a party, which involves a student and a yeah. So Surya, yeah, wait for everyone to have a chance. Okay, but you are absolutely right. So coming back to the point, here, what is it I was saying? Right. So we are going to organize a get together, a meeting where a faculty and a student both can participate. Okay. So now as an event organizer person, I want to maintain a report, some written thing where I want to store students' details as well as faculty details. I'll repeat my requirement. I want to maintain somewhere the student details and the faculty details. So tell me, are you happy with this inherited form of toString? Are you happy with the object classes inherited form? Absolutely not. Who is interested in looking at the address? I am interested in knowing what a student complete name, what was that? Courses taken, fees paid, etc. And in faculty case, what is her training experience and what is her subject matter expertise, etc. Everyone understood it so far? So what is the solution? I want, see, I have two requirements. I want to stick to standard, means I have to use the toString method, which is already inherited from the object class, but I'm not happy with the definition. So what is it? I'm not happy. So the only option is nothing but you are inheriting an ancestor property and you want to modify. So what is that modification called? As Abhilash said, nothing but, yeah, polymorphic form of behavior, changing form of behavior, nothing but method overriding. Okay. So people ask you, exactly, but I don't want to use these fancy terms today. First, I want to show you the actual implementation of concept, and then we'll sit back and I'll tell you all the jargon, all the technical terms. So that way it will be a good experience. So coming back to the point, I'll just repeat the last two lines. Person is a object, student is a object, faculty is a object. So they are all inheriting the form of toString, which just gives me the address. So if I want to stick to the standard, I have already got this inherited form, just modify it. And that is where we are entering the runtime polymorphism achieved via method overriding. So this was the theoretical part. Now let's get real. Let's get real means let's do some hands-on. So can anyone tell me? I'll say Control Shift W, close all. So anyone wants to tell me which is the class I should, give me the name of the class which I should open for method overriding. The name of the class is absolutely correct, person. So let us go here, and everyone knows it is using the inherited version. So here, override, override the inherited. Which method? Inherited uh, method from object class. And since you are looking at it, most of you could be looking at it for the first time, I will always write the API here. API means method declaration here. So which is that object class API? Just now you have seen object class. API means object class method, and that is nothing but public string to string. Okay. So later means little later, I will give you the list of rules you have to follow while method overriding. So currently I'll just keep it simple. You want to stick to the, I'm asking you, whenever you are wanting to modify the behavior, I'll give you an analogy. You have same analogy because it works all the time. My ancestors have left me a house and I don't want to modify the exterior because it looks classic. It looks, what do you say, not trendy, sorry, opposite of trendy. It looks absolutely classic. And I don't want to change it, but I want to modernize the interior. The same analogy I'm asking you, apply. So what is it you would like to stick to and what is it you would like to change? So I'm giving you options. First, the question is, what is it you would like to modify? Option number 1, method declaration. Option number 2, method definition, body of the method. Option 3, both. Option 4, neither. What is it you would like to define? Changes, of course, method definition. Okay, body of the method. So I hope, not I hope, I know. Everyone knows about two words, what and how. So what is to be done is the nothing but method declaration. So this is nothing but what part, or which is called as specifications. Okay, I'm using the terms, and like I said, today, tomorrow, so important because that is where you'll be understanding all of it in a practical manner. So what is to be done, we will keep it as same. And whatever are the extra rules, sorry, whatever are the extra rules, what exactly, there are certain rules, I will cover that later. So what we will keep same, what is to be done? I want to have the method public string to string, but the how part, how means what? The implementation details. Okay, actual definition, the method definition. So this is nothing but, this is supplied by method declaration. And the how part or implementation details are given by your function or method definition. So method definition, or you can call it as a body of the method. So we are just going to modify the how part of it. So see this. public string, toString. And now I have been preparing you from day 2. In box class, which is the method we had written, get box details. In your point class, you have already written get details and all that. So the same thing it is. Only thing is the name has become, the declaration has become standard. So anyone wants to tell me what should be the body here? This is your person's overriding form. So what should I say? I should say return. Anyone wants to tell me what should I return from that? Exactly. The person's details. And what are person's details, guys? Nothing but the first name and a last name. So here, can I access them from here? Of course, yes. I'm sitting in a person class. So first name and a last name. So tell me, what will you call it? Is it the inherited form used as exactly, or is it the modified form, I or M? Of course, it is modified form. Okay, and as you can see, as you will see in the picture immediately. Okay, so I have added this. Everyone understood what I did? Now see what I'm doing. I can finish it in 2 minutes, but then you don't get the feel of it. So I definitely don't want to do it in 2 minutes. Let it take 20. So now I'm going to run. Where is it? Not this. Test static. I don't want. I want this tester. So anyone wants to answer now? Everyone is awake and alert, I hope. So when I run this code, what is it you expect to see? There's no runtime error. So you got two choices. Do you expect to see the hash code version? Choice 1. Do you expect to see the first name, last name printing version? Choice 2. The third option is, do you expect to see the complete state of a student and a faculty? Option 3. None of above. Option 4. I hope I'll get the correct answer. Option 2 is the correct answer. Because we have just overridden the toString in a person. And now if I ask you the precise question, okay, before I ask you question, confirm. Always best to confirm. You can see this. So as we predicted correctly, what is it we are getting? Are we getting the complete details of a student or a faculty, or are we getting only partial details? C or P? It is partial details. Everyone agrees? So my question I was going to ask you is, answer correctly. In student class, we are inheriting the toString. But is it getting, are we inheriting it from the student or object? S or O? I'll repeat my question. Sorry, person or object. I'll repeat, scratch that. I caused a confusion. I said, in the student class, are we inheriting this toString method, which is the object class as toString or person? Of course, it is person. And that is what is showing you the effect. So tell me, are we happy or unhappy? I'll say we are partially happy. Okay? Partially unhappy. It's not completely unhappy. Come on. I've given you the first name, last name. So how can you be completely unhappy? So partially. Okay? So get me full happiness. In short, what I mean is get me the complete details of a student and I'm here. So what should I do? Should I write? Should I write the my own method such as get student details or continue the modification? Continue with the modification. So this is what I'm calling it as sticking to the standard. So here override toString, but now this time inherited from person class. Are you understanding? Okay, so this is what it is. Again, the method declaration does not change. So the outside world, the third party code, the tester code, just have to call toString. Okay, and that doesn't change. But whose toString? Whether it is getting called on the object class or on the person or on the student, that will be decided at the runtime. And that is why it is called as something called as runtime polymorphic behavior or simply called as runtime polymorphism. But that's a little hard statement. Leave that. Let's do it first. So public. What should be the return type? String. What should be the method name? same method name. Declaration, let's keep it simple. Same, not simple, same. And anyone wants to tell me? I'll write. Okay, you tell me because I should give chance. So here, do something which will give me the complete state of a student. I'll repeat my question. I want you to write something. Even if you write in short form, I'll understand. So don't bother writing the whole thing. Give me something which will return the string form of complete state. I already got the answer of the student. Okay. So these are Java guys talking. I want non-Java people also talking. So first tell me guys, what is the complete state of student? Is it containing one member, two members, four members, or six members? Everyone knows it is six members. These are just accessible from here, but there are two inherited but not accessible. So if I say, so let's start with return. Let us start with the header. Header means, identifier. This is the student card details, so student. And if I say plus, there is a keyword called as super. You know that. You have seen one usage. Which is the one usage you have seen? To invoke superclass constructor. Another keyword, another usage is super dot. So if I say super dot first name, compiler error or no error, I'm going extremely slow so that everyone should understand it. Of course, there is a compiler error. Even when you use the super keyword, you can access only those members which are visible. Okay, so this goes out of discussion. But like some of you had already told me, you see this. There is already a superclass form of a toString. Is it visible enough? Yes, public is accessible from anywhere. And here, can I use it? So how can I call it? I can call it using the same super keyword. This time, should I add the parenthesis or should I not? Of course, I can't add the parenthesis. Parenthesis will be there for the superclass constructor invocation from the subclass constructor. But here, the usage is dot. And can you see? Always, be observant. I can say hash code. But is there a hash code method in the person? No. So whose hash code? Objects inherited. But you see this? ToString is available in the person. So it is inheriting that. So super.toString. So see the control. How the control will execute? So first it will print student. Then it will go to the superclass and it will call the toString. What is it going to return, guys? Concatenated first name and last name. Control comes back here. So should we stop here or concatenate further? Of course, concatenate further. So what else I want to print? I want to print the year of passing. Okay, or passed in or graduated in, whatever. So this is nothing but a division of responsibility again. Let the person class come out with its own details. And as a student, as a child class, as a subclass, I'm adding my own details. So passed in whatever year of passing, graduation year, okay? And learning or studying in something, I'll say course. You can understand that much. You can give the more detailed formatted this also. And if I want to say, okay, you can decide which this paid so many fees. Here it is this keyword is implicit. So it is this dot course, this dot graduation year, this dot fees, etc. and got marks. Again, let me make it clear. It's not at all compulsory to add the complete state. Whatever details you want to add, you can add. So this is yet another modified form, overriding version of toString, which has been inherited. Person.toString, no Hitendra. That doesn't work. If you say, okay, anyone can correct him, Hitendra is thinking about person.toString. What is that syntax for calling the static method? Hitendra, tell me, is static method, what is it? ToString is a static method? Of course not. Are you getting me? So the only way you can access Super classes non-static functionality is with the keyword super. Okay, so this is it. So now I'll just ask you a small question. Answer, be alert. If I remove this much, if I delete this, compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? You are understanding my question? I can spend a day on this, which I won't, but the point is compile time error, runtime error, or none of above. Answer is runtime error. Exactly. Guys, if you remove this, sorry, what is it you are causing? A recursion, classic recursion. So it will call the method itself, and there is nothing stopping it. Are you getting it? So the method calling itself indefinitely, infinite loop, and you will get a stack overflow within fraction of a minute, within fraction of a second. So how to tell Java that we are not calling this class as toString, but super class as toString? Adding a super keyword is compulsory. Don't trust me? Remove that super keyword in the lab and tell me what you observe tomorrow. 100% will cause the recursion. Okay, so you should understand. So 1 minute quiz. Quiz as in 1 minute question, 1 minute recap. Tell me, what are the two usages of super keyword? Answer is right in front of you. Give me the two usages of super keyword, please. You write in your own terms and write it in short form. I understand short forms all the time. Very right, Uday. So one is to invoke immediate superclasses matching constructor. Don't say and method overriding. That's a wrong answer. I mean, people won't accept that answer. So first one is fine, to call the superclass constructor. Second one is to access visible members of the superclass. Okay. So here I have written it in a, of course, I have to write it in my notes and all that in the formal manner. So here. So all this you can read later, but I will show you somewhere. Okay, just a second. Yeah. So please read this slowly. I'll stay quiet for the next minute. Read it completely and tell me clear or lost. So let me see what people are saying. What if we want to refer to grandparents? No, 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 no. Mrunal, there is nothing like super dot super. Okay. So there's nothing like that. So what is it you will have to do? I'm answering Mrunal's question. So here, when you say super, there's nothing grandparent. So what is it you'll have to do? You will have to use the super keyword in your parent class, Mrunal. So let me talk in example. ABC. Okay. A extended by B extended by C. And A has a show method. Everyone here, even though her question. So this A has show, B has show, C has show. Overriding forms. So sitting in C, how will I call? No, no, it is not multiple inheritance. It is a multi-level Nikhil. So how will I call H show? Answer is you cannot. You cannot. So what is it you'll have to do? In C, what will you write? Type it out. No, no. In class C show method, what will you call? Super dot show. So where the control will go? To the B show method. And in B show method, Mrunal, what will you write? What will you write? Again super dot show. And where the control will reach? In the H show. You got your answer, Mrunal? Anyway, this is little too early. But the point is like, I'm going to take a lot of examples also. So this is your first usage. And interview guys definitely expect you to, talk in technical terms. So I'm giving it in writing. To access, I would add a word immediate. Actually, it is not immediate. Anyway, let's keep it. Super classes visible members. Visible means accessible, not private. And that was one usage. And what is the second usage, guys? To invoke immediate superclasses constructor. Or yeah, you can't jump, right? Absolutely. So to call in immediate superclasses matching constructor. And if you are lost in the words, I'll say discard them at least now, and focus on the code. So this is your first usage of superclass, super keyword, calling person class constructor. This is your another usage of a super keyword, accessing visible members of the superclass. Okay, more you practice, more you feel, I mean, nicer, happier. So here, let's do that. Let's make you happy. Tell me. I mean, it is almost like repeat run, but you still tell me. I will give you the problem statement. Override toString inherited, sorry, from which class, object or person? Of course, inherited from person, to return complete details of the faculty. Are you getting me? So this is the question. Now, so here, tell me. Now everything is the same. So start. Method declaration. What is to be done? Same or different? Same. Actual rules of method overriding tomorrow. Or maybe if I manage time today itself. No problem. Public string to string is starting point. Anyone wants to tell me? It is so same. So let us first identify. Sorry. Return. This is a faculty details. So start. Yes, please. What should we add here? I hope people are giving me absolutely correct. All the answers are correct. So first, faculty is a person. I'm repeating at the cost of boring you, but clarity is best. Should be best. So I can't access super dot first name, super dot last name because they are private, inaccessible. But I can always call the super classes toString. Okay. Visible members, accessible members, I can use with super dot. So I get her or his first name and last name, and then add the additional details, which are what? Training for or teaching for, whatever. How many years? So experience in years of experience, and in whatever field or in domain, whatever domain, which is your subject matter expertise. Are we clear here? So we have overridden. We inherited certain version, but we were not happy with it. So whenever I said, see that bottom line, summary line, subclass is a superclass. So faculty is a person and something more. So what is that something more currently? Additional data members and something modified. And what is that something modified? And what do you say? Modified form of a method, nothing but overriding form of the method or a function. This is that summary statement. So now see the beauty of standardization. Answer that. Do I have to make any changes to this tester code? The third party means the tester, user code, application code. To get the student details, faculty details, answer is none. So in this case, can anyone tell me the toString method will be called on which object, on which type of object? Your choices are object, person, student, or faculty. OPSF. You know the answer. Of course, student. There is nothing difficult, guys, because we have got a student type of a reference pointing to student type of object. So this is called as direct referencing. So why there should be any ambiguity? Answer the next question. Here also, type of the reference and type of the object is the same. So please tell me, in this case, the toString method will be called on which object? Everyone knows the answer, faculty. And the best part of it is, I don't have to change any of the code. I've already done the method overriding. Let's see if it works. Of course it will work. So can you see this? This is This is telling you that, constructor invocation and using some standard APIs such as toString, are we getting to see the complete details of student? Answer is yes. And are we getting to see the complete faculty details? Answer is yes again. Are we getting this? So this is nothing but the changing form or modification. And by the way, this is just step one, and you will find it so cool. Once you see the runtime polymorphism with this, okay, happiness all over. Great to see that. So the point is basically, this is what we have achieved. We have achieved both the things. We have achieved the standardization also. I don't have to keep inventing the methods, get person details, get student details, get these details, etc. I can just stick to the standard format, and wherever I want, I can modify the behavior. Okay. So this is, like I said, level one. If the faculty extends person, then why didn't use the protected keyword? Yes, Prachi, you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right in saying I could have used, I hope this is what you meant, Prachi, that I could have made the first name and last name protected. That is that what you mean? I think that is what you mean. The data members protected. Yes, of course. But generally, if you see the code typically written, they go for tight encapsulation. Okay. But if I say, yeah, the tight, Vishesh, not encapsulation, but the tight encapsulation would be last. Okay. So that is why I did it. But if you say that, okay, I want to change it to protected, then the whole scenario would be different. Then I don't have to, like you see, if you say this, constructor and all remains the same, then I can access the first name, last name sitting everywhere. But then, Prachi, what it will involve is duplicating the code. Here also I'll have to get access first name, last name. Instead, let us go ahead with a tight encapsulation and do the division of responsibility in the sense, let the parent class constructor do its own initialization. Let the parent class's toString, let it do its job of getting those basic details and continue further. But as an answer to your question, you can definitely, constructor can also be protected. I told you, the private default protected public is all possible in the sense you can definitely access it, use it and test it also. But today I'm showing you tight encapsulation. So this is the starting point. But what is my ending point? It's not ending, but somewhere intermediate is here. So this is the task which we are going to solve. Let me just open that. Somewhere I have got a sequence. So here, okay, what we have done is this much is done already. So here, I'll just, give you a minute, read that, and then I'll start. We will start designing it, discussing it, and then we'll do the implementation together. Together as in, you can just observe if you want. I hope you finished reading by now. So unless until you apply it to a real world scenario, you don't understand. And if I directly start, showing you things, then again, you don't relate to it. So let us give ourselves a task. We want to arrange an event, meeting, party, get together, whatever you call it, which involves currently I've just got two types, student and faculties. But one beautiful side effect or other advantage of object oriented programming is easy extension. Extensibility is very easy. So tomorrow we want to invite, our center head. We want to involve the staff members. We want to involve the course coordinator. We want to involve the industry guy, some industry expert, some guest speaker. So the same design can continue because at the end of the day, what is common between all these entities? Anyone wants to tell me? I took so much names, so many names. What are they? All of them are. They are all persons. Are you understanding? Yes, participant is a Pallav. In my thing, it is person. You can call it as a participant, but it is a person, right? So guest speaker is a person. Center head is a person. Staff is a person. Or you know that. So the point is extensibility is so easy. That's a beautiful part of it. Coming back. Now let's not get distracted. Let's invite only students and their faculties. So we will be writing in couple of minutes event organizer application. It's not a React app or Angular app. It's a Java application which has a, when I say tester, it is mainly for the talking to user UI part. So of course it will have public static void main, entry point of the application, and everything we will take it from user via scanner. So I'm sure this part is, I hope rather, this line is clear. But now I'm saying pre-COVID days, we used to have a proper training in person meetings and all. That seems to be thing of past. Maybe it will soon come up anytime. So coming back to the point, that time I can ask user, the one who is coordinating, what is the hall capacity? Or here in that virtual meeting kind of a thing, I can say the maximum capacity and all that. Okay, so we will say that this is the event capacity, and the business rule is any member, any participant who wants to attend this event has to register. Okay, so what will be the options given to the different type of users? So if you are in the student role, I'm not doing any role checking here. All that we will do in our web applications, checking role and all that, authentication, authorization, etc. So a student can use this app to register herself himself, or you can think of it as student sends an email to the event organizer person that I want to join this. Okay, whatever you can think of it. So when you say register student, what is it I want? Student details should be taken in, should be accepted, and they should be stored suitably. When a faculty also needs to register, so when the option is option 2 case, switch case and all. So register faculty, what is it we are going to do? We are going to accept his details and store it suitably. Are you clear so far? Don't worry about how we are going to do it. Just what is to be done. Is it clear? Great. Now, but as an event organizer person, I want to see what are those participant details. So I want to display the details of all registered participants. Okay. So I'm going to start with only 3 basic options, and then we will fill in a lot more. So I just hope that this sounds real life enough, practical enough, so that you will get interested in solving it. Everyone is fine. I hope it is very real life like. Okay, so that way. Now let's go ahead. Now, if I want to, the moment I say display details of registered participant, that is a clue. So can you tell me what is your plan? What is your thinking? How do you think you have to store the details? I have already got the answer from Pratik. I was going to ask you next, what is the suitable data structure? Fortunately, unfortunately, you know only one data structure, which is array. You will know a lot more in, reference array, yes. So I was going to ask you, you are reading my questions. So my job is less. Primitive array or reference array? Of course, reference array. Now the next question is interesting. What should be the type of the reference? Your choice. Okay, I'll not give you choices. See, I'm getting the answer. So, but I'm not buying your answer. I'm not accepting or denying your answer. Let me justify so everyone understands it. See, I want to store the student details. So you might think that, okay, let us create a student array. Fine, good thinking. But is faculty a student? In real life, yes, we are always learning and all that philosophically. But in this inheritance, it is not. So the point is, I can't store the faculty details in the student. You agree with me? Vice versa, is student a faculty? Not yet. So here, the if I create an array of faculty types, how can I store the student details? So faculty option is wrong. I mean, out of window, student option is gone. But is there anything which is common between faculty and a student? Everyone knows that. It is nothing but a person. So can I say, guys, I'm saying the same thing till you say, okay, we are bored. We know what you're saying. Till you say that. So can I say student is a person? Of course, yes. So will I be able to store student details in a person type of array? 100% yes. And because of the fact faculty is a person, will I be able to do the same for faculty? Answer is yes again. But I don't want to make this jump because it is little tall jump. Height is little more. So I want to get you into the intermediate step. But ultimate aim before the lunch break, I hope, will be solving this. But we are getting there gradually in a smaller steps. So let us write something. Idea is ultimate aim is this. So I just wanted to show you this is our end result or end requirement. But let me not take you there. So let's do something intermediate. Let us say test 2. What I'll do is, see what I'm doing. I'm copying test 1. I hate writing the same stuff again into test 2. So this is fine. And let me open our test 2. This is a copy of earlier. So there is nothing which should be ambiguous. Is everyone 100% settled on this code? I hope answer is yes. Now, I'm going to give you 4 options. So these are my 4 options. One option is superclass reference, superclass object, and the remaining 2 options are subclass reference and a subclass object. So you should ask me, which superclass, which subclass am I talking about? Of course, I'm talking about person as a superclass extended by your student and a faculty. Okay, so these are the 4 terms I'm having. And I will ask you, I will highlight a word and you will have to just pick up option. Option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Subclass reference and a subclass type of object. Okay, so I'll highlight something. What is S1? Just tell me 1, 2, 3, 4. Just pick up the option. Okay, so option 3 is the right answer. Which superclass, which subclass? Don't feel lost. I'm talking about person and the subclasses are student and faculty. So what is the type of this reference? Student. It is a subclass. So you're absolutely right when you said subclass reference. Perfect. Anyone wants to tell me what is this RHS? Pick up the option again. Option 4. I hope everyone is taking the same. See, if you give me a wrong answer, I'll know you're thinking wrong and I can correct you. But if you just sit silent, I can't help you. You know that. Coming back, you're right. So this is your subclass type of reference pointing to subclass type of object. Everyone clear? Next question. So what will you call this? Is it a direct referencing, or is it an indirect referencing? So I have to define the terms. When the type of the reference, this is extremely important. I'll be saying it 20 times, even if you say we are bored. So type of the reference and the type of the object, when it is same, what is it? Of course, it is a direct referencing. So in this case, do I have to climb up the hierarchy from subclass to superclass? No. Do I have to climb down the hierarchy from superclass to subclass? Answer is no. So I hope everyone understands me correctly. It is direct referencing. Okay, move on. Next one. So now I think people will catch on fast. People are smart here. So here, what is it? What is the type of the reference and what is the type of the object? Again, option 3, option 4. So please tell me, is it a direct referencing or indirect referencing? Of course, it is direct referencing. So things are cool. So easy so far. But I showed you our ultimate task. Our ultimate task is, see this, we are organizing an event which have mixed data types, a student, a faculty, a guest speaker, a course coordinator, and whatnot. So even though this sounds cool, this sounds so easy, in real world, direct referencing does not work always. Okay, I'm making the statements extremely slowly. So let me keep this as it is, and I will write something. You tell me what it is. So here I say person P. Pick up the option. Oh, sorry. I said Control Shift O. Control Shift O will import my person. If you are getting stuck in ID because of compiler errors, import things. The trick is Control Shift O. It will organize all the imports. Next one. So please, can you tell me, please pick up one of the options. Option 1, option 2, 3 or 4. What is it we have here? Pick up some option. Of course, you are right. It is a super class reference. I always like to ask mixed question. So, to keep you challenged. Here, if I say SOPP, tell me why compiler is giving error. Everyone knows the answer. Uninitialized variable. It is a method local variable which is uninitialized and compiler doesn't allow you accessing it. So that was just by the way types. Next one. Now, if I say this is the main thing, this is the main deal. If I say P is equal to S1, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error. I said, after adding the semicolon here, what is it you expect to see? Compiler error or no error? Let me see what people are saying. I'll get to see the others. Okay, you are talking about it correctly, but I don't know how many of you. So I can't really measure that. Answer is absolutely no error. So now I'll make the most important statement of today. I mean, multiple statements, but one of them. Java compiler. This is compiler I'm talking about, where I've run it yet, right? So here, Java compiler. Okay, the reason is something different, but I'll tell you. Java compiler always checks it by the type of the reference. Okay. And the second part of the statement is JVM always resolve the method execution, which is called as method binding, by the type of the object. Little heavy statement, but you will get used to it in next 10 minutes, guarantee. Coming back. So can anyone tell me what is the type of the RHS? What is the type of S1? Quickly. It is a student. Answer is right in front of you. What is the type of the LHS, please? A person. So can I say every student is a person? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Answer is yes. Why? What makes you so sure? Extends keyword. Student is a person. So Java compiler says, I don't need any typecasting. I don't need any explicit conversion. I can manage this conversion. So guys, we are going from RHS to LHS. So tell me, are you climbing up the hierarchy or are we climbing down the hierarchy? Up or down? Of course, you are climbing up the hierarchy. And because of the fact that every student is a person, thanks to inheritance, thanks to extents, this is an automatic conversion called as upcasting. One of the most important concepts where so many Java frameworks are, based upon. I'm going to repeat it 10 times till you say, okay, we got it. Types. So upcasting. So here, what to what conversion is happening? Which is how we are climbing? So you are going from student to person. And this is who is performing this automatically? Okay, sorry. Are we performing it? P for programmer, J for Java compiler, C for compiler. Who is doing it implicitly? Do I have to put any cast here? Is it done by the programmer or compiler? Answer is implicitly done by Java compiler. And why Java compiler can do this? Implicitly, because every student, you are climbing up the hierarchy, and known fact is every student is a person. So compiler says, don't waste your time and don't give any caste. I can manage it. Does this remind you of anything earlier learned? Do you remember any similar conversion done in primitive types? Which is that conversion? Widening. So I told you that time, I don't know whether you remember or not. Widening and narrowing. These are the terms, exactly, short to int, byte to double, long to float, etc. These were compiler made conversions, but they were in the primitive types. Today we are learning the conversions again done by compiler, but in the world of references, reference types. So again, why this works? Why compiler is satisfied? Because you are climbing up the hierarchy, and that is why the name is upcasting. There's a solid chance that people may not get this immediately, because some of you could be just listening to it for the first time. So I have to definitely take care of everyone. So there is a separate readme regarding upcasting. So as a compulsory reading homework, definitely read it, and you will see I've taken this same example, the fruit based example and all that. So just add it to your to-do list of today. Compulsory go through, read me on this thing. What is it called? Upcasting. So let me continue here. So here one half is said. Compiler does not find the issue thanks to upcasting. It is like your widening conversion in the primitive types. Now the second half, second interesting half. After this, you will understand the real meaning of runtime polymorphism. Wait, don't go off track. I'm not taking any questions which will confuse you as well as others. Let me say I'm done with my stuff, and then you come out. So which is going to take a while. So, hold on to your questions, please. Now, if I say sysout and P, I'm asking you questions. So please allow me that time. Otherwise, there is a confusion all over and then it goes out of hand. You know that. Coming back. So when I say this, first simple question. When I'm calling system.out.println, what is implicitly called P dot toString? How? That is your question, homework question. You will answer me. Surya has already answered me, but I want everyone to understand. So it will expand to P dot toString. Now, at this point, listen to this statement and hold on to it to your Java life, through your Java life. Java compiler resolves the method binding. What is method binding? Calling the method, checking the syntax by the type of the reference. So anyone, be patient. Allow me to ask questions. So can you tell me what will compiler check? Compiler will check the type of P. What is type of P? Quickly, person. So it will check in the person class. See, in the person class, is there a toString method? What is the answer here? Yes or no? Yes, answer is yes. So now I never said it is widening, by the way. Anyway, so I don't want to get there. So it will check. Now I have a question, small question. What will happen if I comment? I'm literally doing it. So please hear me correctly. If I comment the toString from a person class, what will happen here? Choices: compile time error, runtime error, none of above. Let's see what is your answer. Compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? Answer is none of above. Don't trust me. Trust your IDE at least. So here, this is compiled. Commented. I'll save it. So I'm not trying to fool you or anything. Zero error. And I'll run it and there won't be any runtime error. So anyone wants to tell me how compiler managed it? Yes, it is inheriting it from the object class. So compiler says fine, person doesn't have it, but it has inherited from object, so still happy. All this, of course, I'm going to repeat it 2, 3, 4 times, like I told you already. But I don't want to comment that. That was just by the way kind of a thing. So let me say undo. So we have it. So compiler is happy. Java compiler, I'll give you in writing. I've written it in my notes already. Java compiler resolves. This is little fancy words, technical terms. Resolves the method binding. That is, which method it will check for by type of the reference or type of the object. You fill in R or O. Java compiler resolves the method binding by type of the reference is the answer. Okay. Now, so Java compiler we are satisfied. There is no compiler error, but there is a corollary. Corollary means there is a separate second part of the statement. JVM. JVM is smarter. Compiler has got a limited intelligence because our poor compiler cannot see the memory, does not the memory allocation, the object creation, assignment happens in the runtime. So JVM, read this 10 times if you need, resolves the method binding by type of, you have to fill in type of reference or the type of the object it is pointing to. Answer is type of the object. When if you don't understand, if you think object means java.lang.object, let me see type of the instance it is referring to. Okay. Again, there is a full chance that you feel lost in the words. So apply it. So tell me, I'll ask you once again at the cost of boring you. What will compiler check here? You tell me. I'll give you like fill in the blanks. It will try to search for a particular method in a particular class. Tell me which method and which class. What it will check? Is there a, absolutely correct? Is there a toString method in the person class? Tell me, it is present or not present? It is present. So allows it. But now compilation is done. We will draw the memory pictures maybe today or tomorrow, time permitting, but definitely. So now can anyone tell me, you have that much of understanding over the last 3 days. Can you tell me, person is the type of the reference, but what is the type of the object it is pointing to? Answer that. Your choices are object, person, student, faculty, or none of above. What is it? It is pointing to definitely student type of an instance. See this, don't miss out. So if you draw, I'm going to draw the memory picture today, tomorrow, I'm not sure. Person type of a pointer reference pointing to the student class object. But when I say student class object, what is the first slot? CP, class pointer. And that class pointer will be pointing to student class. So the last question, last and final question naturally, the JVM will call toString. That is decided. There's no two ways about it. But on which type of instance? Choices are object, person, student, or a faculty. Of course, it is decided by the type of the instance, which is at the runtime student. So it will definitely pick up the student version. So don't trust a letter of what I said naturally. So in short, what is the output you expect to see in line number 20? It will be same as some earlier line. So can you tell me who? Okay, forget that. Forget line number. Whose details you expect to see? Rama's details or Raj's details? Of course, student details, Rama's details. Confirm, please. Look at the last line. And this is what is the heart of Java. I mean, one of the important concept of Java, polymorphic behavior. So see this, student Rama said, past in whatever. So some of you must be wondering, what is she doing? I mean, confusing and all. I totally get it. I totally feel you. You will be saying that I already got this in such a clear-cut manner. Why are you troubling this? Why are you troubling us? You will get your answer in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, whatever. So let me ask you, the output is exactly the same. Can anyone spot the difference? What is the difference between the two? Yes, absolutely well said, Hitendra. So here, I agree with you. So tell me, anyone wants to tell me, what is the difference between these two outputs? Outwardly nothing. But this is based upon, tell me, direct referencing or indirect referencing? This was totally via direct referencing, and this is totally based on indirect referencing. Okay, so I'm still not done. So I'm still not opening this for questions. Let me say everything from my side. And if there are pending questions, of course, I'll take them. Not so fast. Now the repeat run. Repeat run is what gives you the full clarity. So same old questions, same old answers. So answer, but participate. Don't just sit back and feel bored about it. After adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Tell me. Answer is no error. Tell me. One word answer. Why? Upcasting. Can I say compiler goes by the type of the reference? What is the type of the F1? Faculty. What is the type of P? Person. So can I say every faculty is a person? 100% yes. See, it is such a repeat story. And why this? Because of that extends keyword is a relationship. So now, what is it we are doing? When you go from faculty to person, are we climbing up the hierarchy or are we climbing down the hierarchy? Of course, we are doing the climbing of the hierarchy. So it is upcasting. And why upcasting is considered as the automatic conversion? I never said widening. So don't misquote. So here, why it is considered as the automatic conversion? Because compiler knows for the fact, thanks to this extends keyword, that any faculty type of object, I can access it with person because faculty is a person, doesn't require your help. Okay, so this is upcasting again. That is hung, I guess. Yeah. Now, same thing. So if I say SOP, P, sorry. After I do this, anyone wants to tell me what will Java C checks? What will Java compiler check? Anyone wants to answer? It will check for a particular method in a person class. What is it? Which class it will check? It checks if there exists or there is which method? ToString method in the, I'm writing everything what I'm saying. So don't waste your time and hear the recording all over again. You will feel bored, frustrated. So read this instead. So if there is a ToString method in a person class, answer. What is the answer? Yes or no? Answer is yes. What will happen if I comment it from the person class? No harm done because it will still use the inherited version. The answer is yes. And that is what compiler satisfied. I mean, compiler is satisfied. But JVM goes by what? JVM goes by type of the reference or type of the object. Tell me. Of course, it goes by the type of the object. So anyone wants to tell me? ToString method is decided. ToString method is already done, decided. But on which ToString, on which form of the instance? Object, person, student, or a faculty? That is decided at the runtime. And as you are saying, of course you are right. But that call, that decision is taken dynamically. So this whole approach is called as runtime polymorphism. So as you are saying correctly, ToString of faculty will get called. And if you are still lost or if you are still worried, what is happening, why she is troubling us this today, wait for this. Let us write our event organizer app and you will get a feel. So just allow me that time. So coming back to the point, let's confirm this first. Yep. Take a look at it. So as you can see, these are also faculty details and these are also the same faculty details. But what is the significant difference? The first one is done via direct referencing or indirect referencing? Direct referencing. And the second one is done via indirect referencing. Okay. So this was this intermediate step. I just wanted you to climb. Otherwise, if I had taken you directly to that tester class and whatever that event organizer app and all, you would have been pretty lost. So again, I'm still requesting, please don't ask your questions. Let me slightly continue. And then of course, I'll ask you, is there any question? So now let us write the next tester. Everyone remembers what our real thing is. This is our real task. Okay. So let me copy that. because this is going to give you the application of what you learned, application of inheritance and polymorphism. So let me create, let's not call it as test 3, or okay, I was going to say event organizer app, but let me say test 3. Guys, today's concepts are very important. So do spend at least half an hour, 30-40 minutes in going through all these things. And whenever you are running in doubt, catch hold of your lab faculty. Coming back. So, okay. So here, this part is highlighted. We've already talked about it. So can anyone translate it to Java code? I want to hold the event, and which are the types of the participants I'm having? I'm inviting faculties and the student. Okay. So you think about your answer. In the meantime, I'll prepare your scanner and all that. And the other thing is sc.close. So in between, start participating. So anyone wants to tell me, what is the first question you are going to ask to user? I'm waiting for your answer. Yes, what is the event capacity? Of course, it is nothing but the array size, Charu. So let us be little, subtle about it. And let's say, what is the event capacity? Please enter. You can hard code it, fix it anytime. I'm just making it all real. So enter event capacity. Okay. So the next line is all important. Important lines have to come from you. So anyone wants to type out the next line. Now, earlier there were few of you. Now there should be many more because I have explained a lot. So, which type of you? I already got the answer. Which type of array will we require? Student array is out because that can't hold faculty. Faculty array is out because that can't hold student. So the commonality, common part is person. So I think you will understand, even if I write it in one line. See, yesterday we spent an array of references. So today I'm taking you a step ahead. Array of references is the same, but with inheritance. Okay, so that is it. So person array. Okay, I have to say control space. I mean import thing. Person array. Let's call it as participants. You know, event participants. New person array. Not this. I mean, I don't want to call her this person. Same questions I'll keep asking you. Give me a second here. So suppose user has said the event capacity is 100. How many objects will be created here? Quickly. Everyone knows one object. And before that, which class will be loaded in the method area? Person class or person array class? Person array class. And if you see, now I'm not writing because looking at time and all, first I want to finish. And if I finish in good time, we will of course draw the memory picture. Coming back. Otherwise tomorrow. So coming back, what is it I was saying? Yeah, what will be the first slot in the object? Class pointer. Next slot, length equal to 100. And how many additional slots you will draw? 100 indices starting from 0 to 99. Filled with what? Zero value or null value? Zero, I'm so sorry, null value. This is how we revise earlier concept. And then you learn something more. Okay, so this I think everyone has understood. Next one. Now let me just be fast. So I'll just have a exit flag. I'm keeping it all very easy. Focus is on the inheritance and polymorphic behavior. And here, let me say, okay, I'm just thinking about it. Yeah. So here, will you need to do any boundary condition checking? Boundary checking is required or not required in this exercise? Of course, it is required. The moment you are thinking in arrays, fixed size data structure, of course, boundary condition is required. So I'll keep a track of it. How many are participants? So I could have done the static member, but let me define it here. So let me initialize the counter to 0. What I said was, I could have added a counter as a static data member in person and could have managed. But sometimes maybe people feel confused. If I mix up two concepts, so added it here. So what is the new thing? I'm sorry, what is the outer loop? While not exit. User doesn't know. So you have to give him the menu. So give him the menu, enter. Oh, sorry. These are your options. Okay. So option one, let's say register a student. Okay. Option two, register my faculty. And here, option three, display all participants. I'll just say you keep the answers ready in the meantime. And some last option somewhere, I'll say exit. There's nothing special about 10. You can choose any number, including 0 or whatever. And then I'm telling user to choose the option. Select an option, choose an option. When we start with integrated with HTML and all that, we will have proper forms, registration forms and all that. So then this text console based UI will be replaced by HTML. But that is in advanced Java. So now, what will be the inner structure? Switch case. Everyone knows it. So just say SW and control space. This is why people come to IDE for basic simple generation of code. What will be the key here, guys? SC dot next end. Okay. And here I'm not even keeping this. I'm just giving some cases and copying some more. 10. So here 1, 2, 3. And you can always add a default any time you want. I'm not increasing all that. And here, what should I do in the default? Sorry, in case 10. What should I do in case 10? Okay, system.exit is not even required. Just make that flag, that exit flag true. So while not exit will become false. You can, I'm not saying it will not work, but easier, simpler is better. So exit equal to true. When I toggle exit equal to true, not exit will be false and this loop will be over. And here, if I followed your suggestion, my scanner won't be closed. What somebody's suggestion was system.exit. But when you say system.exit, you are terminating a JVM. So I mean, not even a single line will get executed. So who will close my scanner? So I resist that. I discourage that. Okay, coming back. So is everyone 100% clear so far with this code? Because this is called as a skeleton, bare bones. I'm not even writing, I mean, other than this, I'm not written any single code. So now the next question, you are right. That is, I've not got any complexes. So people are clear. Next one. Have I yet what do you say, made use of any upcasting, any any indirect referencing, any upcasting? Answer is absolutely not. Not yet, I'm saying. Okay, so don't imagine there's nothing. So here there is no upcasting, there is no downcasting, of course, opposite of upcasting. It is all simple and clear. Now, let us take you to case one. So case one is what? It is for registering a student. I'm going extra slow here so that everyone understands it. So tell me, here, shall I blindly accept the student card detail or should I do the boundary checking? Boundary condition checking, required or not required? Of course, yes. Because we have got a fixed size. Once you say 100 or 500 or 2 or 10, I can't change it. So here, we'll have to do the boundary condition checking. See, every time your point assignment was different. This is different. So, don't deal with it in the same manner. Anyone, what is that boundary condition checking? I'll just see whether anyone is writing code. Write that boundary condition checking, please. It's a simple one. Exactly. This one, counter not need, it is already 0. So you just check it the upper bound. You're not going to check the lower bound for a counter. So you'll simply say if counter 100 is just a number. I don't know 100 or 10,000. So I'll simply say participants dot length, or okay, I'll say Yeah, fine. Then I will definitely register the student as in add the details and all. Otherwise, I'll say event full. Try next time or some such thing. Event registration over or full or something. I mean, event full. Easy. Still clear so far? I have not yet come to the important line at all. This is all the, like, the outlining. So this is where the real code will be. So I'm not here. I mean, I'll first ask user, enter whose details you are going to ask for, student details. Guys, always write the user friendly code. Don't keep the user guessing what is it you expect. So in short, what I do is, to avoid wasting of time, who is going to remember that sequence? So I just got that constructor here and I'll just remove the data members. So, that gives you a clue while testing. You are a tester currently, so you'll not make a mess of it. Now, as always, I would be writing from the RHS. So here, new, start. What is the object type? What is the type of the object we are going to create? You already know, new student. And here, how do I read the first name? String sc.next. How do I read the next string? sc.next. The next one is year of passing, sc.next int. Next is the course name, sc.next. If there is a white space and all in the course name, then you will have to read it as sc.next line and then read the next fields. Currently, I'm keeping it slow. I mean, easy. No spaces in between. What is the field? Double. So sc.next double. And marks are also, I guess, double here. So again, I'm asking you, are you still clear? Is everyone still clear so far? So nothing difficult, nothing, what do you say, new today, for today. I want to register a student. I'm creating a student type of object. And the real deal is on the left hand side. So can anyone tell me what should be the LHS, please? Okay, so here it is. Your, what is it, persons. Of course, you are very right. I'm just waiting for this Zoom. It's hung again. Anyway, so here it is, participants. Okay, so participants, I can say directly in one line or you can use two lines. So what is the value of the counter? 0. So let us have the post increment. What is that post increment? Counter plus plus. Okay, so you will say this is what we have been doing in point assignment, in your box assignment and all that. But I hope you are noticing the difference. So tell me, now it will start making sense, I hope. What type of assignment it is? You have two choices, direct referencing, indirect referencing. Tell me, D or I. This is a classic example of what is it? Let me see. Of course, you are right. Indirect referencing. Because unless until I show the application, you will think of it as just a boring theoretical stuff. It is not at all theoretical. It is all application oriented. Coming back to the point, what is the type of the RHS, guys? Student. What is the type of the LHS? Is it object? Is it person? Is it person array or whatever? Answer is participants of, let's say, 0 and one single thing is a person. But how I can assign it directly? You know the answer. That is why I spent that in between step. So why compiler doesn't shout? One word answer or two word answer is upcasting. Are you getting why you need upcasting so often in the real world? Because you're going to have the mixed data types such as student, faculty, and so many more. And because of this cool feature, the compiler automatically climbs up the hierarchy, knowing that every student is a person. This works automatically. So I hope you are understanding. Whatever I was talking for earlier 10-15 minutes has definitely a application value, what do you say, realistic value, practical value. So this will work thanks to upcasting. So I hope everyone is clear. We are climbing up the hierarchy from what to what? Student to person. Okay, so this case 1 is done. Case 2 is absolute copy paste. I mean, okay, 90% copy paste, but I'll not do it. I will do it with you, so you get a chance to respond. Start. Boundary checking, required or not required? Quickly. Of course, it is required. So if the counter is less than my participants dot length, that means I have capacity. I still have the slot remaining in this, and length is this. Then I will say this. Otherwise, I'll copy this much at least. If you're thinking, some of you are thinking she's repeating so much of a code, later we can refactor it in a method, that boundary checking business, and we will separate it out. Wait for exception handling topic to start, and then we will add our validation rules and all and separate it nicely. So not for next 2 days. Coming back. So what is it I should ask for? Should I ask for student details or faculty details or person details? Everyone knows the answer. Enter. Here, who is registering? There's nothing like a person registering, either a faculty or a student. So enter faculty details. Okay. And now, again, sorry, I should be. So these two are, common members, first name and last name. And then I'll just pick up remaining. So what is it? Years of experience and subject matter expertise. Okay. So here, a small suggestion. Whenever you join the labs, please don't directly open test 3 and feel lost about it. Do it the way we have discussed. And by the time you are revising this, you will have, I won't say 100%, but at least 50% clarity you will get today. Remaining 50 tomorrow. Coming back. Now let's do this. Whose object I have to create? You know the answer. A faculty. How do I read the string? You know the method name is sc.next. The last name is also a string, sc.next. This is years of experience, an integer. And then we have got a subject matter expertise, sc.next. Actually, you can read the sc.next line because there could be Java, there could be Angular, there could be REST APIs, there could be Python, there could be so much. Okay, so now the same thing. This is what is the type of the RHS? Faculty type of object. Tell me, please, what should be the left-hand side? You know the answer so well. So what is the left-hand side going to be? Of course, the same. So can I say faculty is a person? 100% yes. So here also, no change, zero change from the earlier one. Participants, I don't know how many have already registered. So counter, post increment. Why I'm using post increment? Because I started with 0. The indices start with 0. So now tell me, why there is no compiler error? One word answer it is. What is it which is happening? Of course, it is nothing but a upcasting. So from where to where you are climbing up the hierarchy? This time from faculty to a person. Are you getting the feel? Thanks to this upcasting, thanks to this implicit conversion done by the compiler, I can add student details. I can access them, I can refer to them with a person type of a reference, and I can also add the faculty details and refer to it by the super type reference. So these are the two places where you have used the fact of upcasting. But if you remember, I have shown you something more. So this is something more. I have shown you, I've made two statements, which like I said, I'll repeat every now and then. Java compiler resolves the method binding by the type of the reference. JVM goes by the type of the object. And any method, whatever you call, on which type of the object is to be called is decided by type of the object, decided totally in runtime. So this is where the runtime polymorphism Tomorrow I'll be talking, or today, tomorrow I'll be talking about more about terms. Runtime polymorphism is actually taking place. Can you tell me any other line number where the runtime polymorphism is happening here? Just tell me the line number, please. I hope you are giving me the correct line number. Line number where the runtime polymorphism is happening in this code, in the simple code. The answer is here also. So if you check carefully, this is also I've said SOPP. This is also where I said SOPP. But JVM is smarter. JVM doesn't go by the type of the reference. So in this case, whose toString will be picked up at the runtime? The student's toString. And here, whose toString will be executed at the runtime? Answer is faculty's. So naturally, the runtime polymorphism is also happening here. Okay? Nothing but a runtime polymorphism. See, I'm preparing you before I ask the next question. So tell me the line number where runtime polymorphism is happening in this slightly larger code. Give me the line number where the runtime polymorphism is taking place. So 36 and 44 is the answer I'm getting. Wait a second. Let me just see. It's a wrong answer, by the way, but still I will entertain. 36. So you are saying this and you are saying 44 is something you're wrong. This is where upcasting is happening. Okay. So the correct answer is, I have not yet shown you the example of runtime polymorphism, which is also called as dynamic method dispatch. Okay, I don't want to give heavyweight terms. So answer is not yet seen, not yet tried also. Now, let us go for the next one. What is it I want to do? I, as an event coordinator person, anchor maybe, I want to find out who all have registered so far. I want to display all participant details. So this is your case 3. So here I'll give a SOP, a header, a title, participant details. So tell me, if I want to display all participant details, what can I use? You give me the choices, I'll tell you correct or wrong. What is it I can use? Everyone knows the answer. Yes. So even people are giving me for each, you are absolutely right. Can I use for also? I can use for also. Anshuman has given me the for also. But guys, you need more practice on for each. So even though he is absolutely correct, I will solve it with for each, or rather we will solve it with for each. But he is absolutely right, by the way. I less than I equal to 0 less than counter, keep printing. So now the next question. So we are doing it with a for each. Can also be done with for. So now tell me, when you use for each, okay, first start. So I'll say for, you fill in the in between parts, please. Tell me, what should I? This is a for each, this is not for. So what should it be? Your choices are object, person, student, or faculty. What is it? What is the type of the array? It is a person type of array. So for each person P in participants, sorry. So everyone knows the implicit assignment. See, I'm building on your yesterday's knowledge, yesterday's understanding. So can you tell me, for the first iteration, what will be the assignment? Participants. I'll copy this word of 0. Everyone understands it? What will be the next assignment? You all know that. Okay, participants of 1 maybe, and likewise. Okay, so tell me, if I'm running, if I'm declaring an event which has a capacity of 100, but only 50 have registered so far, just some numbers. So what is sitting in those next 50 slots? Nulls. So do you want to display the null value or you don't? Answer is you don't. So what is the next check I should add? This will help you solving yesterday's assignment also. I have to add the null check. Okay. Wait for collection framework to begin, which talks about dynamic data structures and all this extra stuff will be removed. Till then, you have to bear. So start. if P is not equal to null, and I will write something, you respond. I'll simply say SOP P. So after adding the round bracket and the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Tell me, is it a compiler error or no error? What do you guess? Guess something. Answer is no. Mukul, you lost me in between. I'm not doing the for loop. I'm doing the for each. For each limitation is it access it goes over all the entire array. So you lost me in between. We are talking about for each, not for. Okay. I already said Mukul. Here for can be used with the range of 0 less than counter. But I'll tell you something to think over. This is a distraction. Please allow me. Here it can happen so that I as a faculty, suppose I register to the event, but then some personal work comes in and I have to cancel the registration. Are you understanding of real life scenario? I register to the event for the event, but later I will ask you to give me an option, cancel registration. So in that case, even your for, which is working for 0 less than counter, will not help you. So as a simple suggestion, let us use the for each. So stick to one thing at a time and let me build on that. Okay, I have all the points in mind. Coming back, like you said, no compiler error. So for the last time, at the cost of boring you, what does compiler go by? What does JVM go by? So Java C, Java compiler checks by type of the reference or type of object. Of course, goes by type of the reference. Means what? In which class it will check toString exists or doesn't exist? You don't have to answer. Just take the cursor there. I'm saying those who are sitting with me, trying with me, you just take the cursor there and it will tell you person type. Okay, checks by the type of the reference. So in person class, it will look for toString. Of course, it exists. That is why there is no compiler error. Okay, now I'm telling you, suppose I have got this event structure. Event structure means this array structure. Okay, so let us say first few students have registered. Okay, then some faculty, then maybe S4, S5, something. I'm just picking up a random pattern. There's nothing about the pattern, don't worry. So F3 and rest of the slots are nulls. Don't respond till please give me time to ask a question. Are you clear with this? What I'm saying is, if you are not clear, hear me out. Who is the first participant who have registered? Student 1. Next also, I have received the registrations from 3 students. S1, S2, S3 indicates 3 students have registered. Then a faculty, first faculty has registered. Couple of students, couple of faculties, and all empty. Empty as in null. Are we clear with the line, that curly braces and what I said just now? Because I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so stay prepared and don't give me a wrong answer, please. Here, of course, you can give me a wrong answer, I'll correct you. Coming back, this is hung. Anyway, so can anyone tell me when this loop is running for the first iteration? Java compiler done is already job is done. Code is compiled, now it is executing. So can anyone tell me for the first iteration, JVM will automatically call toString on which type of object? I hope people are getting clearer and enjoying it. The whole thing is decided at the runtime because today student has registered first, tomorrow faculty can register. So I hope you are understanding. JVM goes by the type of the object. So as you are all right, all correct, saying that students, first students toString will be called. So first iteration, JVM calls, of course, the students toString. Next one, what will happen for the next 2 iterations? Same story repeats. So for the second and third iteration, again, which classes, which method it will call? It will call students toString. Are you getting it? Now for the fourth iteration. Who is sitting in the fourth position? The reference which points to faculty object. Or if I want to even say it in a clearer words, person type of a reference pointing to faculty. And so naturally, whose toString will get called? ToString is decided. But which object toString? Faculties. Faculties toString and likewise. I don't have to fill up the whole thing. And the moment I come to null, it is equal to null. So this will be skipped. But I'm not saying just return or break or whatever, because there could be somebody who has cancelled the registration and there could be some more faculties. So in short, don't worry about what I said. So null value will never print a null because I'm doing the null checking. So the question, who is deciding the toString method to be called on which type of object? Your choices are Java compiler, JVM, both of them or neither of them. Of course, JVM. So guys, what you are looking at, the changing form. We started discussing from objects toString, persons toString, faculty and student. So who is deciding which form of the method to be sent for execution? JVM. So this is where you are finally looking at. What is it you are looking at finally? Runtime polymorphism. Are you getting this? Earlier you said some line numbers and all, they were all wrong. So this is where you are actually using runtime polymorphic behavior, which is also known by the word. See the other word we use, dynamic method dispatch. Okay. So dynamic method dispatch means, see the words, see the split it and understand. Method dispatch means which form of the method to be sent for execution. And who is taking this decision? At the static time, compile time, or at the runtime? Who is doing it? S or R, static or runtime? Of course, the answer is runtime. That is why the whole thing is called as dynamic method dispatch. I'm pretty sure couple of you or all of you would be finding it little lossy. It is a important concept and it is little tricky. So I'll be taking so many examples till everyone is completely clear. So this is all I want to write in the initial phase. So here it is. So let us quickly recap, because I'm not in all the labs and I don't want, I'm not at all saying, of course, lab faculties get the revision done, answer your queries. But when I have written the code, it is best to recap from with me. So start. Leave everything aside. If you are coding parallelly, please pause your coding. I will highlight, you will tell me. That is how we will finish the revision also here. Okay, coming back. This one is pretty easy, so I'm not even asking you. What is the type of the array we are creating? Your choices are person, student, object, or a faculty. Person type of array. Means what? It means that this array object can only store person type of references. Okay, this clarity you have. Okay, this is example, otherwise people quote me 100 and all that. Now, this is pretty easy, just a initial setup. So I've set up the exit flag as a false, counter, because this is array based. So of course I require counter and all that. Now, this is your outer loop, outer structure. So it will keep on running till user says enough, exit, frustrated, saturated, lost. Okay, so here, these are your options. So we are displaying the options to the user and user can pick up. So here, if user chooses this case one, you read it. I'll be silent for a half a minute. You read that. Okay, so what are we doing here? Compulsory. If you're not careful, if I remove this and suppose my meeting capacity is only 5 and 5 have registered, what will happen for the 6th registration? Array index out of bounds and my code will break. which is not at all desirable. So we are doing the boundary checking. So I'm checking if there is a space in the event, and then since it is registration of the student, we are asking the user to prompt student details. And what type of a object will get created here in the heap is the student type of object. Okay, so looks like we will have time to draw the memory picture also now. But I want to store the student details and faculty details together so that I can iterate over the loop. I can handle them in a mixed manner. Are you getting it? Otherwise, I would have said student S1 equal to new student. I don't want that. Now, what is happening here is you are going from student type to a person. And because of that extends keyword, what type of a implicit conversion we are having? Upcasting. You are climbing up the hierarchy. Who does this upcasting implicitly for us? Java compiler. So you don't have to do any casting. It happens automatically because student is a person. Okay, so got that. Next one. This is your else condition. This is extremely similar, almost similar. So you can look at it on your own. I'll wait here for a minute. It's just the same. Everything is the same other than the type of the object. So let me ask you, I actually answered it. If you compare these two cases, which two cases I'm asking you to compare? Case 1 and case 2. What is the difference between it? I'll give you options. Type of reference differs, type of the object differs, both are different, none is different. I already answered like unfortunately. It is the type of the object which you are changing, and that is what is going to allow you runtime polymorphism. The moment you have indirect referencing, everything is left to the runtime to resolve which method to call. Okay, so this is the beginning of, this will give rise to further runtime polymorphism. You know the boundary conditions, you know the rest. Now, the most interesting part I feel is this case 3, because that is actually giving you an example of runtime polymorphism. This is the title. Suppose my event structure, the event, what do you say, event or not organization, event array is like this, participant array like this. So first I have to take care of my nulls because there is no guarantee that everyone has registered. So if it is not equal to null, when I say SOPP, first tell me how does compiler check it? Type of reference or type of object, R or O? Of course, it is type of reference. So tell me, what is type of P here? Same choices, object, person, student or faculty. Person. So where it will check toString exists? In the person type, it exists. Try commenting it out, still it will work. It will work means compile. It will take the inherited one. So that is story over for compiler. But what does JVM go by? Type of the reference or type of the object? Tell me. Of course, type of the object. So for the first 3 iterations, what is the type of the object? It is, we are having a student type of object. So whose modified version, whose overriding version it will call? Students toString. And we'll test it, of course, before saying anything further. For the next iteration, it will automatically know by the type of the object, faculties toString. Then for couple of these students again and the faculty. So the important fact which I wanted to emphasize is it is all decided at the runtime by the JVM whose toString method to call. And that is all decided. Since it is decided at the runtime, the whole approach is called as runtime polymorphism. Okay, so this was the complete revision of the code. And once you have a look at it on your own, when you import my project, make a copy of the project in your workspace and play with the code to understand more. And of course, I'll be asking you so many questions. in the lab as well. So now let's just give it a try, and then we will draw the memory picture also. So we'll have even further clarity. So let's see what people are saying. Yeah, runtime polymorphism. Yeah. So let me just test this before I share it, upload it on the drive. This is all hung. So okay, finally I got it. Oh, there's a spelling mistake. I'll cover it. So let me give the this one small. So otherwise, 100 means we have to fill out so many things. So let's say 4. Here, choose. Let's say uh, faculty registration. I just want to break the this. So it is going to that case 2. Event is not yet full. What is the value of the counter currently? 0. So 0 is less than 4 naturally. So of course. So let's say now choose the series A1, B1 type instead of thinking of names. So 10 years, subject matter expertise, let's say Java. Okay. So observe. Do you remember? We have done a lot today. That is why take 1 full hour if required to completely revise constructor invocation, the method overriding, toString, and finally the whole application built in together. There's a lot to revise. Coming back. So when you say faculty's constructor, I hope everyone understands which is the object, which is the type of the object which is created in the heap is faculty. Okay. So here. Now let me do the student registration. So let us continue with the series A2, B2 types, year of passing, something, and a course, let's say React, and the fees and the marks obtained in the earlier last passing marks. So now tell me, everyone should understand it without even looking at the code. Which type of object is getting created on the heap, please? Object, person, student, or faculty. The moment you see this, everyone knows. Person's constructor is getting called just to initialize the first name and last name. But there are not two objects created. Person object doesn't get created. Wait for 2 minutes, we will draw the memory picture. So be prepared to draw. Coming back. Now, if I say display all, am I going to get the output or null values or null pointer exception? Confirm? Of course, the output. So see this participant details. And I hope people are finding it cool. That is, without knowing in the writing time, JVM is figuring it out completely that it is the first registration was done by the faculty and printing her details. Are you getting it? Are you seeing the power of runtime polymorphism? Everything is restarted at the runtime, and since the second registration is done by the student, automatically using the if there is a question, please reserve your questions a little later because currently I'm not waiting here for questions. I will definitely give you time for asking questions. So coming back to the point, this is all decided by compiler or by runtime system. Of course, runtime system. Nothing is known to the compiler at the time of writing. Next one. So let's register more. So I'll say, and you will guess the output naturally. So I have reached A2, B2. Let me go A3, B3. Year of passing 2020. Course name Java and fees something and the marks obtained. Okay. So as everyone can see, student constructor, and let me add the last one also and finish the story here. So I'm going for maybe another student registration. Keep confirming, guys. And if you find any mistake, do shout, do tell me that this is what you have done wrong. And the course name, something, REST APIs. Um, course name is REST, fee, something, and the marks. Oh, look at this. And we are not having this because unfortunately, see the mess I created by skipping. Why I got input type mismatch exception? See, first name, last name, and the year. And I just gave blindly the year. So I have to fill up the data again. But it is also, see, everything is learning. So see this, You got an input type mismatch in the scanner class. So scanner internals I'm not showing you now, but finally it hit us here, and that is where you know what went wrong. So bear with me, guys. This was not a intended mistake, genuine. I mean, I just happened to make it. Anyway, so I'll have to run it again. I'll give a lesser this. It's so boring. 3. Let's restrict so I won't make so many mistakes. So let us say, let us have the student details first. Now you tell me before I hit enter, A1, B1. I can keep on pressing enter and take that also. Year of passing. Let me move faster. Course name, fees. After even looking at it, I made a mistake. So I hope now it is fine. Let me go for faculty registration. I'm changing it so that everything is dynamic. Nothing is decided at the time of compiling or writing. What is the next thing? Years and the subject matter expertise. Let's say React. And then you have so maybe another student. I can choose anything. So let me not make a mistake. A3, B3, year of passing, the course name, the fees paid, and the marks obtained. Have I made any mistake, guys? So first name, last name, year, course name, fees, and the marks. I hope not. And can we just check this? If you say display all, array is the ordered data structure. It remembers the order of insertion, sequential data structure. So naturally, this is where you are enjoying your runtime polymorphism. It is the JVM who is deciding at the runtime the toString method to be called on which object. The moment I change the structure, the moment I do the different registration sequence, it is all decided. I mean, it is all changed. And naturally, let us test your boundary condition also. What is the strength had given 3? So if I say, for example, a faculty wants to register, we are saying too late, event is full. So this is the confirmation of the fact that your upcasting is working. Your dynamic method dispatch as in runtime polymorphism is also working, and a small test of boundary conditions also working. Are you understanding something? Has everyone understood at least 10% of what happened today? Tell me honestly, if it is less than 10%, then I need to worry. Have you got something? Okay, so let us say by tomorrow evening, it will definitely increase. I won't say 100% because I'll be lying to you. So at least 50 to 60%, 100, I mean, it will definitely increase. And more you solve, more clarity you'll start getting. So I've got 3 minutes left. I don't want to stretch it because one batch starts with me and Sarita ma'am also right at 2:30. So I need to give you break. But let us start at least creating this, what is it called? Memory picture. And do I have the memory picture already? Just a second. This is pretty frustrating. So here is the memory picture. We'll start drawing, but I will not extend it. I will just stop at wherever the time over and all that. So memory picture for event organizer app application. And as always, start drawing with me, please. Okay, sorry, I'll say exit from here. Doesn't matter really. So the code is application is terminated. I'll just bring in the details one by one and you just respond on that so that nobody is confused. I'll just put in the code which is really important. And let's say I will bring in this much of a code so that whole thing should be in the case one. I'm not writing the whole thing as you know. Let me just give you core details. No break, nothing here. So please, the whole code is already in front of you. And in the case two, let me take this. My whole idea is to start up at least with this. This is the rest. And one more thing I want to bring in definitely, which is most interesting according to me. And here, let me get rid of all those comments and this much. Okay, so you don't have to write the code. I'm just keeping it all together. So whenever you are looking at the diagrams and all, you will know what is it we are drawing. So help me. We may not finish the whole thing, doesn't matter. We'll just try to complete whatever we can. So everyone knows this is the code we have got. Okay, start. So go further. I'll tell you. I'll draw my have. I'll have this. So let us say this is the line which is getting executed. You know this very well. So start telling me, guys, what should I show? I should show something in the method area first. So are you understanding? The focus is on here. This is the line I'm executing, the first line. So this everyone knows. So let's start with the method area. What is the type of the class loaded? Is it a person or person array? It's a person array. So L value, what was that name? Inheritance. Yeah, I remember. You can always test by dot get class dot get name. Inheritance dot person. Okay, so this is your array class. Even if you don't remember the names, okay, by the way, nobody asks you that array class names and all. I'm just giving it as an internal information. So you will understand that arrays are objects, and before array object can be created, its corresponding class gets loaded. So you don't have to mug it up. You don't have to memorize it at all. Coming back. So here, let's take some value. I'll keep the value simple. Let's say 3. I've taken last 3. So let's say my event is only a closed event. Only it has a participant capacity 3. So show the data structure here quickly. This part, I don't think anyone needs my help. What will be the length? Currently, I said keep it simple, 3. And how many slots would be there? 0. And of course, you will show them filled with nulls. 1. All nulls sitting there. All 3 slots sitting with nulls. I don't want any ambiguity anywhere. This is a revision of what we did yesterday. The array of references. Currently, nothing there. So show the accessing currently. And what is it I've called? Participants. Okay, I'll just take one case 1, case 2, whatever you like, and you'll have a clarity, and then you can build the rest of it also, or tomorrow we can continue. I'll just take extra 1 minute. So misspelled it. Participants, and here, what is this pointing to? It is an array type of a reference variable. So this is definitely referring to your array. Everyone 100% clear so far? Okay, but there is something missing here. Now today I can talk about it because today we are in inheritance. Even array is an object. So before this array class can get loaded, which is the universal superclass, which will get loaded in the memory, all of you know the answer. So always show the first class which gets loaded as the object class. Okay, there is no parent class to object. Object's parent class is null. I mean, null is as in doesn't exist. So here, please show object class, which definitely gets loaded even before your array class, because it is all extending from object. Now, just 1 minute and we'll finish. So let us take some student registration. So which is the code I'm executing? I'm executing this code. I mean, this particular line, case 1. So tell me, what is this right hand side doing? Creating a student type of object. But before creating a student type of object, the class has to be loaded. So anyone wants to tell me which all classes, I said which all classes do you expect to get loaded? Student is of course there. But like somebody was saying, some state is there in person. So first the super class gets loaded. So show, what will you show now? You will show definitely, you should show definitely a person class. It has first name, last name. So many classes now we are talking about. So person class, since it is a name, the course name and all are the strings. Of course, the string class, but first let me go in sequence. But which is the type of the object we are creating? That's a student. So for student instantiation, please show the student class also. Okay. And below that means it's not below and above, but yeah, sequence, kind of sequence. You know, a string class also has to be loaded. More on strings separately, as I keep saying. I hope I have covered. Your scanner class, by the way, also gets loaded. I'm just not showing it. Oh, more than 80% is too good. But I want everybody there, not just 10 out of 250 there. Okay, so coming back to the point, I hope you have drawn this much. So let's do the student object and stop right here. Already I've extended it to 5 minutes. So now, now check the code. These are the classes getting loaded. But what is the type of the object we are creating here? Student type of object. So this is where whoever were having some questions, maybe partially at least they will be clearer. So start with me, please. So when I say CP, where will it refer to? Will it refer to object, array, person, student, or a faculty? You can't say faculty. Faculty is not even got loaded, right? So here it is going to point to student class. But internally it is slightly different. Internally it actually refers to pair of handles, pair of pointers. So some information it can pick up from person, which is what? First name, last name. And which is the rest of the information picked up from the student. So we'll draw that. So now can you tell me how many members, how many further slots you will show? Your choices are 2, 4, or 6. I said, how many instance variables, how many actual slots you should be showing? 2, 4, or 6. As in first name, last name, student specific, or all of above? Answer is all of above. So first the memory is allocated to first name, but first name is a string. So that will just hold the pointer. I'm not even writing the value today, looking at time. Then there will be a slot reserved for storing the last name. So guys, I said that private members are not accessible in the same package subclass, but will they exist in the subclass object? 100% yes. And how they will be memory allocated? The first they will be memory allocated and then memory allocation will happen for the subclass members. So then I forgot now. I'll just open. Wait a second. Let's have the same thing. Graduation year, course name, fees and marks. So show it quickly. So here, grad year. I'm just using the, what do you say, a short form. I forgot again. Course name. Course as in course name. Then fees and marks. Fees and marks. So I'm stopping here because already I have extended too much. And you know, you also have to settle in parts. It's not that everything will come to you together. So here, it is not as simple now. So, you know, why I'm not showing you too many internal details? Because it varies from JVM to JVM. So class pointer will refer to pair of references internally. That is how the Oracle's JVM works. So some of the things it can take it from the person class and the rest of the things it can also take it from the student class. So last question before dispersing, before calling it as a lunch break. Which of the members it will access from the person class? Everyone I hope knows. What is it is going to express this? First name and the last name. And where are these descriptions? Graduation year and course and fees and the marks is from the student class. So since the memory picture is a little more, time taking, more time consuming, stopping here. We will continue this not in the lab, but in the tomorrow's theory session. So anyone who is having questions, please, you can always, okay, just a second, Hitendra, I'm reading this. So you can, of course, ask me in the lab session or tomorrow's theory. If object is the universal superclass, this is the last question I'm taking. Is there any way to create the reference variable? Of course, yes. Yes, 100%. What you said, Hitendra, is right. So give me a minute. I will satisfy. Because just I hope everyone can read it. He's put it on the public channel. So let me ask you. I'm waiting for that. Compile time polymorphism, somebody said. I read the next thing also. Compile time polymorphism is method overloading. Okay, so let's not get there. Here, observe. I'll just make a copy of it. This is somebody asked me, so I have to answer. Like I said, last question I'm taking. I'll make it in test 4. Keep observing, guys. So I have a last question. Somebody asked me, so I have to. Hitendra asked me. So now tell me, what will happen if I replace person by object? Your choices are, I'm always giving you MCQ style choices. Compile time error, runtime error, different output. I mean, no errors. So now I'm talking in output, different output or same output. Pick up the option, please. I'll repeat my options. Compile time error, runtime error, same output, different output. Yes, please. Yes, answer is very much the same output. So like Hitendra pointed it out, zero changes. See the beauty of Java, not Java, any object-oriented language. C++ supports it, but with a virtual keyword. So more on that virtual keyword and what is the relation all tomorrow. So coming back, what is only thing is my comments will change. So please adjust. So it is an object type of reference. And why we are not having any errors here? Because can I say student is an object? 100% yes. Student is a person, is an object. So again, this goes, you know, when I start a topic, I can't stop. So of course, this will be happening. Implicit not autoboxing. I'm so sorry. Upcasting, I meant. Next one. Here, now tell me, compiler was by the type of the reference. So anyone wants to tell me where it will check. Will it check in the person class or object class now? Object class. But I don't care. I don't care means, okay, compiler is there, fine. But it is the JVM which matters to me. Runtime. So is it going to call? Okay, what are you going to see? Hash code version, person type detail. I mean, first name, last name, or the complete details. Of course, complete details. And it is because resolved by the type of the object. So like I said to Hitendra, nothing. It doesn't matter. Then he could be asking me his anyone's next question could be natural question. Why did you create person array? I can't answer you that today. Wait for tomorrow. Wait for something. I mean, wait for something more things to happen, and then I'll ask you, where are you? I mean, what is better option? Person array or object array? And you'll definitely give me the answer. Person array is better. But as far as you know today, you can replace this. You do that. Everything I'll not do. Replace it by object array. And I'm just checking before saying nothing will change. No compile time error, no runtime error. You will get the same output. So this is more than bombarding. This is like more than sufficient information. No more questions, please. Please absorb. Please sink in everything. Everything means at least try to sink in whatever I've said. Sleep over it, and tomorrow you'll be in a position to what? Ask better questions. Okay, that is what it is. Okay, of course, all those things I'll answer. So much to digest today. I told you that okay, if you are thinking that it is very easy, cool, and fine, things little bit get complex. But you spend good amount of time with the lab faculties in your individual labs, you will be comfortable. Okay, that will be all. See you in the labs. See you around.